Good morning, everyone. How's it going? How's it going, Pete?
Good, good. Thanks. How's everything on your end?
All right. I don't know. My picture just keeps going from the light to the darkness, kind of like my life. So, welcome
In
everyone.
Florida.
I did this last year, and from my cat's bedroom on my cat's ripped up sofa, and try to work things out. Took me a while. Hopefully, we'll get it right this year and do this a lot more often.
Sounds great.
Yeah. I don't know if you like my T-shirt or not. I don't know if you can see it.
You're back in the dark.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to close these blinds.
Straight
There
out
we
of
go.
Woodbine.
Straight out of Woodbine, baby. Yeah, I was basically since 14 years old, man. Went to the Woodbine, didn't like that day, and then a few months later went to Greenwood. Saw all the cool guys in the neighborhood, and I've been part of the furniture there my whole life, man. I
That's
just
great.
love the place. I'd be the first one waiting for the gates to open every morning. Got to the point where the girls who worked in the admissions gate would bring me a coffee. I was like part of the staff. So I really love Woodbine. I know we're going to cover a little bit of Keeneland too, but I'm excited. I want to say I wish I was Woodbine, but it's too cold for me. But I look forward to being there every day again when I get back in Canada.
When will you head back up there?
I'm leaving. I think it's May 3rd or 4th. It's a Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, and then get home, unpack, and get ready for hanging out in the Woodbine Club every day.
Do you feel like your results vary whether you're at the track or you're at home?
Yeah, I can't. I have troubles playing for home. I don't focus. Everyone says the opposite.
Yeah.
But give me my little cell phone, a little pad, and a lawn chair at the apron. I get thrown off. I'll go out for a smoke, and then I'll forget to come in. I'll sit in the sun for an hour, miss 2 races, or I'll get a phone call and I'll pause the live feed on TV. The DVR PVR feed, and then go,
Right.
I'm actually 45 minutes behind. That happened once at Gulfstream. I gave everybody this 40-1 shot, and I'm getting all these phone calls and pausing it. All of a sudden, I go back to watching it. It's 12 minutes to post. My phone starts ringing. Way to go, bro. You're the best, bro. That nice shot, 40-1. I can't believe it. I'm going, what are these guys talking about? Then I'm going, oh, no. I fast forward, right? And I'm going, then I don't even know if I got my bet in. I'm all kind of like looked on HPI. I go, oh, my God, thank God I got my bets in. And so I like to play right there. And if I do fall asleep, 10 minutes to post, I hear that dude playing the trumpet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm alert.
Yeah, I'm totally the opposite. I go to the racetrack. It ends up being a social engagement. People want to talk, want to drink, get shut out, make mistakes. So I've always had my best results sitting at home by a desk. But it's fun.
I sit alone, right? I sit alone at the track and do my work. But then when I'm bored, I go bother other people and throw them off their game. And like when I come into the track, this is my laptop, my database. I got everything in this little book. And the only thing I got to figure out, the most important thing, is how to bet.
Right.
So, we're going to cover that down the road, how to bet. But right now, I think we're going to go over these cards. And before we start, I'm going to see if I can call a couple people here.
Okay.
Can you hear my phone?
I hear you. Yep.
Hi, you've reached Steve. I'm not available to take your call right now, but if you leave me a message, I'll get.
Okay, that's the first trainer I try to call.
Steve Churkop?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got 3 in today. We'll try the second one.
D'Angelo?
No. Woodbine trainers.
Okay. D'Angelo
Jose's actually at Keeneland with Headline Hunter. He's got the assistant at Woodbine today.
Okay.
Billy, how's it going? You're on the air with me and my buddy Pete. You got a minute to talk to us about your horses today?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's start with the second race, number 6, Summer Sunset.
Yes, sir. Well, he's been training at Gulfstream all winter. I think he's race fit, ready to go. And, He doesn't have a lot of speed, but I think he can really finish up his last quarter of a mile, and I think that might make the difference.
Okay, that's good. So you're going to kind of try to sit off of Donnie McRae's horse, the 5, and
I would think Donnie McRae's horse is a horse to catch with Rafael Hernandez. I think he'd be the lowest speed in the race myself, and we're going to try to follow him around and try to pick him up right at the end.
all right. And then race 3, number 2, we've had enough. I know I got replays. I could look at the last 5 or 6 races and see this horse is a habitual bad starter and gets into trouble. But what do you say about him today?
Yeah, well, if she breaks, she can beat him, and I think she could beat him for fun. The key is her getting out of the gate. She likes to dwell at the gate a little bit, and we give her a little freshening up, and hopefully that's enough to where she's going to break a little sharper. And again, it's one of those things where you got to chase the speed down. John Shallenbois' horse is coming off a good race at Gulfstream, but we finish, they don't finish. So it's vice versa. Hopefully we can catch them at the end.
All right. So those are the 2 you got in today. You hear any other whispers today back there?
Not really. Like I said, it's a fair playing field. They've had a hard winter here, and I think you just got to respect horses that are coming from the south.
All right, Billy. Thank you very much. Can't wait to see you guys back home.
All right. Take care. Have a good day.
You too. Bye. That was trainer Billy Theranos giving us a little insight of his horses. Me and Billy are good friends. We spend a lot of time together down at Gulfstream with him and his girl, Vicky. And Billy straight up calls it like it is. So you got it. And let's see if we can get Steve. I'll just text him to give me a call, and then we can carry on.
Tommy, while we wait, I think a good topic to talk about is, this meet has a lot of horses that haven't run in a long time. Most of them have just 3 works. Some have 2 works. Some have 4 works versus horses that are coming from Gulfstream. What are your feelings? Historically, how do the horses usually run at Woodbine while not having much activity during the winter?
Yeah, usually you can look back at a traditional opening day at this time of the year and look back and see how the horses fared when horses and trainer, how they do at the beginning of the meet. Like if you look at Billy's horse in race 2, Summer Sunset, they started in, first race was in July, and these horses were back there getting legged up, but it did run good first time out, stepped up in class the next 2. So traditionally, I look to those first races, not the end of the year races. But like I said, last year, they were sitting there for 2 months on just waiting to run back there. And, they were all ready to go, and they started running the meet at all the distances. This year, it's a bit different. This year, yeah, the winter race horses will have a big edge. And like you mentioned on the training pattern, it's hard to tell. Some of these guys are on farms with training tracks on them, right? And,
right.
Who's just getting their horse a race today and who's looking at just to train them up into shape. It's not easy to figure out. So, I won't call Billy all year. Okay, we got Steve Cherkop on the phone.
Great.
Hi, Steve. You're on the air with me and Pete Rinato, a great handicapper from New York.
How you doing, boys?
All right. Everything is good. It's nice to have opening day in the cold in April rather than the June or July heat, right?
Yeah, we'll take it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I know you got 3 horses today in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th race. Let's give us a little insight. We'll start with Uncle Joe.
So Uncle Joe, he's been training. He's been training good. He was at Kevin Attard's place in the wintertime where they had an indoor track. So he had a good foundation in him before we brought him to the track. So that was a big bonus, which allowed us to start breezing him right away. So basically, he's had his last 2 works. Boulanger was on him. They're obviously quicker times, but he did it pretty easy. And I wasn't 100% sure if I was going to just wait to run him next week going 3/4, but he worked good enough and he galloped out really good. And Boulanger said, Steve, if you're good to run him 5/8, he goes, to me, the horse is ready. So I was quite happy with his workout. I don't think he's an ideal 5/8 horse, but against that field, if they don't get away too far, he should have a decent shot.
Yeah, a little inside information. I just talked to the champ, Billy Theranos.
Right.
Yeah, he said he's going to sit off the 5. Don't tell him I told you.
I won't. I mean, the other thing is, my horse is breaking from the inside too. His last 2 races, he was like on the far outside, so the inside might be a little bit different. You know what I mean, for a horse that hasn't been on the inside, but hopefully he gets a break, and he's probably a much better horse when he can track something. So I'm sure like the Lamp will probably be up front, and hopefully he can track, and there'll be enough time for him to go.
Yeah, the rail can be real bad at 6 furlongs. If I owned a horse running 6 furlongs, especially a younger horse, I'd want to scratch, draw on the rail. But 5 is a bit more better. They're not looking on that gap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I agree. So.
Okay, race 3, a horse that really interests me, Tally Road.
Yeah, so Tally Road, she just recently came to me this year. She was another one that was in training over the winter at Pine Valley. So she was, she had a good foundation as well when she came in. She is what she is. She's a 3-year-old that's now, she's a 3-year-old now that's going to be facing older horses. So that's always a little bit tougher. Her work 2 starts back, she worked really good. I was working her without the blinkers, and I put the blinkers on it, and she worked really good. Good enough that if she brings that workout today, then she'll have a chance. Obviously, you got the 2 winter race horses in the race that will probably be a little bit tougher, but she's fresh. I popped her out of the gate 3 days ago. She broke really fast, which is very important when you're going 5/8. You got Theranos' horse in there that looks decent, but she's got a bit of an issue breaking. And then Charlama's horse, who probably will be on the lead. So I hope to get outside of her and track her. Hope she can get there at the wire.
All right, and next one is race 4, number 4, JM Argema.
Yeah, so that filly is. I actually liked her a lot from the get-go. We run her first time for a quarter. I ran her at the very end because she had to stop on her from shins and stuff like that. So we really liked her first time out, and she got in a lot of trouble around the turn. There was a horse of Ricky Griffith that kind of bumped into the rail and then bounced her. Otherwise, she would have won that day. So because she ran so good with finally getting her there, I didn't want to stop on her. Like in a perfect world, an Ontario sire, you probably don't want to take him out of town, but just because she was just getting there, it was hard to stop on her. So I had breezed her on the dirt and the synthetic, and she worked equally as well on both. So I knew that, the dirt wasn't going to be an issue. And we ran her at Penn, first time out in the maiden special weight, and she just destroyed the field. She just went in a gallop. Now, the competition wasn't super, but there was another Woodbine horse in the race, and she beat that one pretty well. She's been training well. Her last race was decent. The horse that won was much better than her, but she was much better than the rest of the field, and that was a well-meant horse. So my biggest issue with her is a 3-year-old facing older horses, but they got to do at some point in time, obviously. And I think the key with her is if she breaks well, she's got a tendency sometimes of breaking sluggish. Sometimes she breaks good, sometimes she breaks sluggish. So if she breaks well, I expect her to be in the money for sure.
Yeah, if she breaks well, are the instructions to sit back or to stay close?
Yeah, there's some speed in there. Like, I don't think that she needs to be on the lead, but I think that just sitting right off of them to try and pick up the pieces. Hopefully, that the horses that aren't winner race get a little bit tired and she's able to pick it up right from there. So I don't think that she's going to be too far off of it, but I don't see her being up the lead. Yeah,
no, I looked at that first Lifetime race, and to me, that's the kind of race. Even though you were off slow that day and you ended up back there, that might be the type of trip to win in here if they all fire out.
For sure. And I mean, she's a horse that she's run how many times? She run 5 times?
Yep.
Yeah, she run 5 times. Her first start on the synthetic was great. Like I said, she got in a lot of trouble. Her second start was a win. I couldn't get her in any spots, and I went against my better judgment and ran her at Philadelphia, which is a really, really tough track to run on if you haven't trained on it. And it's happened to me so many times, but I said, I got no place to run this horse. So, like I said, I went against my better judgment. I ran her at Philly. She didn't take to the track at all. The rider told me, Steve, I just took care of her. And then I tried to stretch her out because I couldn't get her in, and she broke from the outside. She was in the 6 hole. There was nobody else outside of her, and she broke to the right, which kind of put herself like 8 lengths out of the race right at the get-go. And then on the turn, she was trying to bolt, which was kind of bizarre. So I guess she really got lost, going 2 turns. So I cut her back to 3/4. I put the blinkers on to try and keep her more focused, and she ran a good race. So, I mean, you take out those 2 races where she had valid excuses. She's basically 3 starts, and she's got a win in 2 seconds. So I think she's going to be a decent horse moving forward. My biggest concern, like I said, is running against three-year-old running against older horses so early. But on the other side, she definitely has some good fitness to her. So I'm hoping she runs well.
Yeah, for people to understand what Steve meant about running 2 turns for the first time, I've seen it where horses are 22-second opening quarter sprinting. They run long, and the gate opens, and they stand and say, well, what am I doing here? Why am I here? I'm supposed to be way over there. And they get all confused first time going long.
Exactly. And that's exactly what happened to her. So, I mean, like that race, there was no chance leading the gate. So I was happy that she came back with a good race sprinting. And the 5.5, she can definitely do. It's just going to be hopefully the pace comes back to her. But I guess we'll see how the track's playing. I mean, she's in a bit of an early race, but hopefully after the first, 3, we'll have an idea.
All right. Thanks a lot, Steve. Good luck. Good luck today. Good luck the rest of the year. And sorry.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, can't wait to be back at Woodbine hanging out with you guys. Take it easy.
Where are you now, Tommy?
I'm at Hallandale Beach.
Enjoy, brother.
All right.
Enjoy. Okay, thanks, guys.
Okay, bye, Steve. That was Steve Cherkoff giving us some real good insight. And Steve's another friend of mine. He didn't come down the last couple of years down in Florida, but before that, it would be me, him, and Billy barbecuing. And like I said, I don't call these guys during the year. I don't ask them anything. They're really giving me this info to help the people betting Woodbine, And having said that, I reached out to the Woodbine clockers, and I know them from the track, acquaintances more than friends, really. And I never asked them, and I don't think they would, it'd be proper for them to give info. But I asked them, just for this day, and I'd be giving it out as public knowledge to everyone. They were okay with it, and it's good of them to help me out that way. And we'll go through that, kind of race by race as appropriate.
Yeah, Tommy, I think that was great information from Steve. It looks like this filly has had some gait issues, and even on the first time out, she did, but still ran on well. But the blinkers seem to have helped her, and she's got some recent races, even though they're on dirt. And if you look at those fractions, even though it looks like speed might have been good that day at Penn, I mean, she had a 44 4 second fraction. She was close to that. She's only about a length and a half off. So she's quick enough. And she's got the one good race on synthetic. I think we're definitely onto a horse that's 10-1 morning line that could definitely make some noise today.
Yeah. I think, you never know how the track's going to play, but, you can get a nice setup in there for sure. And, I thought the horse would be right at the back, but I think Steve's probably got the right idea. I think he's, he didn't say it, but he wants to be get first run over the Cassie horse, Lois Lane.
Yeah, but even the horses, he alluded to there's other horses quicker than him. Which is true, but they're all 5-6 month layoff horses, so that could be the difference, even at 5 furlongs.
Yep, no, for sure. Okay, I don't know how you want to start. Well, I talked to those guys. We'll go back to Woodbine. You want to go over Keeneland real quick?
We go either way. You would prefer to start with Keeneland or Woodbine? You're the
Woodbine. Keeneland goes off about 10 minutes before, right? So I figure we'll go over Keeneland, break down the races at Keeneland, and then we can focus more on Woodbine live during the whole card.
Got it. Okay. And I stopped at Keeneland. I think this ends at 4, so I stopped at 4. So I didn't go too deep into the later races, but we can go through the beginning.
Okay, for me, race 1, when there's a pick 5 in race 1 and a pick 4 in race 2, like there is at Keeneland, If the first leg looks too tough, if I got to use more than one or two horses, I just turn the page and start to pick four. So I have no real opinion in race one. What say you?
So I agree with you. I normally adopt the same philosophy, and if I'm four deep in leg one, and I feel like I have a stronger opinion for the second through fifth race, I'm more likely to play a $2 ticket than to pick four and just skip leg one. I think leg one's tough. It's hard to trust any of these. If you forced me to play this race, I'd probably use the 1, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to take a shot with the 5. Let me walk you through why I think she has some potential, even though she's coming off a bad race at Mahoning Valley. I'm guessing maybe she said brushed and tight 1/8. Maybe she had a bad trip. Maybe she didn't like the mud that day, because her worst races on the form are off track races. But if you go back, her second race last year at Indiana Grand, she ran very well closing. The race after that was first versus winners. She was beaten 10, but the
Hold
horse.
on. Gratz Park is scratched.
Oh, okay. Well, that removes that. So that's first race at Keeneland. I would be 1, 3, 4, but I would adopt your strategy and jump right into the pick four race 2.
Okay, so we're going to go to El Paso in race 1 at Keeneland, which is never a bad thing.
Okay. Okay, race 2 at Keeneland. The 2, 8, 11, and 12 are all coming out of the same race at Gulfstream. If you look at that race, there was a duel on the lead, and the Chad Brown horse, the 12th Growth Capital, really sat the trip at the front of the second flight and had a great run. They blanketed up at the finish. There's two horses that got much tougher trips than the 12. The Rusty Arnold horse, Double Clutch, was completely ignored in the wagering, 58-1 that day. He was wide first turn, 4-5 path, wide second turn, 4-5 path, was a little bit one paced late, but had every reason to not finish super strong. But that was a really nice debut, and now gets an inside post. So I expect that he'll probably move forward. Also, Arnold's better second out than first out. So he's one of the ones I'm going to really focus on. Another one is runner 11, Urban Forest. He had been a little bit of a slice type at Aqueduct earlier on in the winter, and then stretched out for the first time on February 26th at Gulfstream, and also got Lasix for the first time. That was a very, very rough trip. He ended up inside in the lane, steadied multiple times, came back out, ran on. The traffic and the steadying cost him easily 3 to 4 lengths, in my opinion. I think a cleaner trip could have won that race. He then gets almost 2 months off since February 26th, has some what looks to be quick works, one at Payson and one at Churchill. And I think he's going to make a big move forward off that last race. That was a very hard trip, and he's 8-1 morning line. I think, could get overlooked off what's on paper is a 5th place finish. It says traffic upper in the running line, but the trip was much worse than that. So I'm focusing on the 2-11 in that spot. I'm not going to ignore the 12, but I think the 2-11 are better value. And then one of the horses I'm going to try to get underneath is the 3 Airspeed Velocity for James Toner. That race that he comes out of is a very, very good race. The winner came back with a 96 buyer winning a stakes race. Second came back with, I think, an 85 buyer. He was wide. He was against the flow of the race, which was more of a front flow. It was only 5 furlongs. And I expect that the 3 will move forward. I don't know if he can win, but I'm going to try to get him 3rd or 4th to add a little more value to the ticket.
Yeah, that's who I was looking at. The race you're talking about, Gulfstream, I know it's usually hard to come off the pace on the turf there, but that race seemed to fall apart, and you can make excuses for all of them. Jimmy Toner doesn't really rush them. Come back and work. I saved the database of works, and his last 2 works were real good. Blinkers on, gelded. It looks like all systems go. This horse might probably going to try to go down the road. I don't know if that's a good idea. And that's not a usual Jimmy Toner type of horse, but yeah, I really find him interesting. The only thing I can add is Growth Capital came back April 1st at Keeneland, at Palm Meadows in Florida and had a real good work. But other than that, to me, this is a real tough race. So we'll move on.
Okay. Race 3, nothing particularly clever. The 1 seems like a standout on paper. The speed of the speed, making a logical.
1 in 5 are scratch, Pete.
What is the 1A in?
Yeah, the 1A is in Dance Rhythms.
Okay, so that changes things for a little bit. So my top play in this race would be the 9. I would be against the 1A. I preferred the 1. So in my tickets, I'm 4-9 here. Let me talk a little bit about the 4 because the 4 is a price. The 4's had synthetic races and had a wet track race in November at Churchill. But if you go back to June 26th on Pleasanton, which is only, 1 of 4 dirt races, it's a 12.5 starter allowance, so it's a little lower class level. But she was quick. She ran second. She was beaten by a horse named Sadie Bluegrass, who, if you play the West Coast, you know Sadie Bluegrass. She's a very good, hard-knocking mare. She won 11 out of 20 races. She's earned over $200,000. So she actually faced a pretty good horse on June 26th. Has a little bit of tactical speed, and I think in this spot could definitely get a piece at a price.
Okay. I'm 0 for 3 at Keeneland. I will not be betting the first 3 races. We can move on to race 4, where numbers 9, 11, and 13 are scratched.
Okay.
And I'll just break down some works. Number 1, Denny Damore, March 18th. March 25 had some good works. Number 2, Riccio had a real good work April 2nd at Keeneland. The Keeneland Clockers loved that work. They noted it. Kansas Comet were good at Gulfstream before going to Churchill. Under Oath had a real good work April 8th. And that's it for that. But number 2, Riccio, trained by Whitworth D. Beckham, who's I think a Chad Brown protege. On the Keeneland In Today reports, it might not even be in there today, but if you dig in, I dig in manually and punch in all the names of the horses, and that April 2nd work was something that they really noted. So,
I saw the same thing. Also,
it might be tough for some of the horses that already ran, like Under Oath and True Jedi. But, to me, if I was looking at a first turn here, besides the favorites that ran, I would be on number 2, Riccio, Tyler Gaffalione.
I agree. Gaffalione picking up the mount is telling. Gormley's better than average first time out. He has 3 siblings that have earned over 100,000, so there's a little bit of pedigree there. And then the Keeneland Clockers liked them. The Bruno's report also liked this colt. So I think the 2 is good value, and so I'm 2 with the 2 logical, which was the 3 and the 8 here, and a little bit on backups with the 4, the Dale Roman, just because he's expensive and he seems like he has a good foundation. So I'm 2, 3, 8 with a little bit of 4.
I'm just trying to get some more lighting in here. My buddy Sheldon complained. It hurt my feelings.
Okay. I guess while Tommy's getting his lighting going, I'll go through the 5th at Keeneland. The 6 limited liability, very logical. Really good first win out at Saratoga, comes back into 2 stakes races, ends up catching Coinage and Portfolio Company next time out, were 2 good horses. Then Annapolis in the grade 2, freshened for the winter and very logical, and probably be a short price. Number 4, Chad Brown at runner, coming off the synthetic. He's 21% going from synthetic to turf. He should run well first against winners. And then the one I'm going to try to get in for a number here is number 12, Setting of the Wise. There is a bit of speed. particularly the 8, the 10, the 11. Hopefully Jimmy Graham could get a little bit of a better trip, even with the wide post, with the speed breaking well. It's hard to win first time out 2 turns. This horse was $335,000. It's on the wrong lead. It was a little bit wide, but overall that was a good debut. And so I'm going to give Setting of the Wise a shot to maybe move forward. Maybe not be good enough to beat a horse like Limited Liability or Credit Event, but I will be definitely using the 12 in 3rd and 4th slots and tries and supers.
Okay, a couple in Credit Event. April 1st had a B+ work, according to the DRF clockers, and Chad Brown doesn't really work them like that. So I give him a real heads up. And also, horse I want to point out is number 11, Churchtown, who is a front-running horse out of probably the greatest turf trainer I've ever seen in my life, Roger Atfield, and he beat me yesterday just to rub it in. If we can pull up the replay from December 24th at Gulfstream, and it's the head-on you have to see. If we can see the head-on first, just see the break. Number 1, let's see that again, the break of him bobbling at the start. You can see it kind of goes down there at the start. And then now we'll go to the pan shot and watch the race. Kind of bobbles at the start, then rushes up. And, you can say easy lead or not, but winning on the synthetic can be real tough on the lead. And this horse had that excuse at the start, slowed him down a little. I like Paco Lopez on front runners, and turf might really help this horse. I know if it was Gulfstream, it would really help running on the lead on the turf there. I know Keeneland can be a lot more fair or even off the pace kind of turf course. But this horse dug in all the way, basically got beat. The rail was left open, and the 3-horse come up and beat this horse. But I think it's a horse to really put into the mix of things. And, I don't really think it has to be on the lead. It could probably just sit, but, I wouldn't be surprised if Paco just tries to outgun the 8-horse. Brian Hernandez is more apt to sit than Paco.
Okay.
Yeah, this horse fought pretty good. And Roger Atfield's horses, if you didn't figure it out by yesterday, they just keep getting better and better and better. And Roger Atfield running in a stake race second time out. Roger Atfield's not a dreamer. That horse hit the gate to start that race and, got beat 3 lengths by a couple, Goddess of Love come back and win another stake race. Ironstone's a stakes winner. So I know they're Canadian races, but this is just a non-winners of 1. So I would really look at Churchtown, as an upset in here.
Okay. You mentioned Atfield normally being a very patient trainer. Does it concern you with the layoff and maybe his horses need a race off the layoff, or you just think maybe the talent level's enough that this horse could upset?
Yeah, well, Roger Atfield definitely points to races, right? And you don't know if this is a stepping stone to another race, but it is a non-winners of 1. So you could easily win a non-winners of 1, not cranked up as a stepping stone to a stake race down the road. For Roger to put him in a stake race second time out like that, he thinks highly of the horse. He's not a dreamer, believe me. He knows where they belong. So I'm just saying, if I'm going to get a fair price in there, 6-1 or higher, that's probably the type of race I'm going to bet and, do some exactas with the logicals.
Understood.
Yeah, especially Chad Brown, that workout, a B+ workout. I know it shouldn't mean nothing, but he usually works his horses nice and slow, and they're visibly good works, right? And those Clocker reports aren't for sale right now, so they're kind of a little bit of value, maybe.
Very good.
Go to race 6, and just before we start race 6, I want to show a replay. It's almost a similar replay on number 1, Meister. His last race, February at Gulfstream Park on the dirt. Kind of broke to the left. Or hold on. Broke to the right, sorry. Bumped off that horse. Not really not that bad of a start, but not ideal for the horse that wants to be on the front end.
Right.
And kept fighting and fighting and fighting. Trapezoid's a solid hard knocker at Gulfstream that always gives his heart out, and I'd figure right now he'd be going by this horse and taking off on him, but Meister was pretty game, and and all it got for its game effort, other than a second place, was getting the ice cream right at the wire. The Tartufo got him. It looks like he's gone, but the gray horse is motoring on the outside and picks him up late. And, this horse also has come back and worked March 24th, a B+. April 1st, another good work at Palm Meadows. So I think this horse, if the track is playing, playing the way it's been playing, I don't know what Julian's going to do. I can't see him sitting, but he might sit right off Soros and Wayakin. I'm not sure, but I really think Meister is a single in there today, and probably get a good price. You got Flavian Pratt on a horse, Irad on a good horse, Jose Ortiz on a horse. So the Julian haters might give us a good price, but that's my single, race 6, Meister.
Okay. Are you looking at anything like a pick 6 or pick 5 over at Keeneland today?
Yeah, I think early no, but the pick 6 I think looks playable.
Okay.
And
I had the opposite. I feel like these late last 5 races are very hard to me. I had difficult narrowing them, but let's go through them and see, maybe we can find some spots.
Yeah, because I'm basically going to start with 2 singles in the pick 6. So, it's if Meister loses, that's no problem. I'll just jump right into the pick 5. But a horse I've been waiting for is the Ride of a Lifetime. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, I go on the Keeneland website. They have the In Today report, and some of them they pop out, some of them they don't. But I was searching beginning of the meet. I punch each day manually and pop up the good works, and the Ride of the Lifetime, his works March 18th, March 25th, April 1st. They were all noted works on the In Today report, which is usually stake horses, 5 furlong horses. So, this horse has been off for a while. You can tell, those works just scream that he's ready to run. And I like that, He's won at Keeneland going wire to wire at 6. He's won at Churchill coming from the back at 7. So, there's a lot of speed in here. He can sit where he wants. And I think this is like my best bet of the day by a mile. The ride of a lifetime in race 7.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's going to get a really good setup too. There is a lot of speed in here, and there is he's getting 7 furlongs. I want to point out 2 price horses to consider. I've found in the first few days of Keeneland, there's some of these local trainers that don't have a lot of horses that are popping up and winning. One of them here is the Yate Hear Me Song, who's got some good races. This horse has just run at Ellis, Churchill, Keeneland, and Turfway, and broke his maiden at Keeneland from off the pace, which was in October. Comes back with a really nice race on the synthetic. So now second off the layoff, and like the ride of the lifetime, will get some pace to run into for a low profile barn. And also the 7, although has won on the lead at Keeneland in October, cutting back from a route race, is tactical enough to avoid getting caught up in the duel. But another local trainer with low profile that's got a win here. So I'm going to try to get the 7 and the 8 somewhere on the ticket. I do like the ride of a lifetime, as you do. Seems like the right spot for him. Should have some maturity from 3 to 4 off the layoff. Work seemed good. I don't love Correas's record off the long layoff, but he feels like the right one here, and gets a good rider. So that's a very logical play today.
Okay. So, I'm happy I'm going cold because now this 8th race, man, these 5.5 turf sprints, I know Wesley Ward usually dominates, and I don't even want to talk about that baloney yesterday, but this is a tough race. I can look at a horse like Risky Reward having a slight shot, even though I'm not going to use him. There's horses in here that, Star Divine, a horse looks like a not bad horse. He's 30 to 1, but I guess, the race is going to go through, I can't even cut it really down. I might even play a small all on here. Like this is how much these races petrify me. Like the one horse I do want to talk about is Headline Hunter. This horse, no way should be 30 to 1. No way he should be 30 to 1. This horse just kept getting better and better and better and better. And man, he just might be better on the turf with his running style than the synthetics. So
you're right. And I know you know Jose, and you're very high on Jose D'Angelo. What I found interesting about this runner is you're also very close to Safi. It's not easy to move a horse up off Safi Joseph. And Jose really got this filly better and better. And she's quick. And the other thing which is interesting about her, even though it was on synthetic, without Lasix, she still continued to improve, showed the same speed, ran off. LZ is coming off 3 wins in the second, but they're all with Lasix. If you go back to her non-Lasix races, she does quit a little bit. You look back last year in April, the Keeneland race, the Churchill race. Normally when you see that, you see the little C in the racing form shown as a fall apart race. Those weren't necessarily fall apart races. You got a wide post. Multi-race tickets, I'll put her in a bit, but I think the 12's a little bit vulnerable and will probably get over bet. But I do agree with you on Headline Hunter. I think Going Good. It's got good tactical speed, and Gaffalione could sit a nice trip. And then, in the event to fall apart, I think the 2's good value, and as well as the 10, I think is good value picking up the pieces. So the 10's probably the one that I'm going to try to get on my ticket that I think is going to get overlooked because she's a little bit buyer inferior. But I can see this race falling apart, and I think she'll be running on and could be good value.
Yeah, if the race falls apart, man, this Campanelle Wesley Ward horse might have them at their mercy. But yeah, I look at the race, playing a pick 6. I'm probably going to use 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12. or even all, might press the 3, 5, and 9. But if I'm looking at it as a single bet, man, you give me anywhere near 30-1 on Headline Hunter, and I'm going to take a big shot on that horse.
Yeah, I agree. The Campanelle is an interesting runner because she's Wesley Ward. Ward does well there. IRAD, she's going to get bet, but it doesn't look like she ever really improved. She was super precocious. Wins first out. Wins at Ascot, wins at Deauville. Grade 2, Grade 1. Runs fourth in the Breeders' Cup on the stretch out. Comes back to Ascot, runs second, but gets put on the DQ. But her from a figure perspective, in America, she didn't make a leap at all from May 20 to October of 21. So I don't know if I'm reading too much into it. Obviously, she's a good horse, and she did have a really good time form rating in the Ascot race in June. But there are a few here that are already hitting 90 buyers. Some of them that have forward moves. Some horses making their first start at 4 that could have forward moves. So I think the 3 will definitely be an underlay that I wouldn't focus too much on in here.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I just keep getting beat by these guys in these races. And another thing I'll say,
he knocks me out most of the time.
Yeah, another thing I'll say about these 5.5 furlong races at Keeneland, and probably you see horses that all of a sudden show a different dimension and they run a lot better. Yep. So it's hard to figure out. Like going to Headline Hunter, this horse had a race before it got claimed, 5 furlongs on the turf, right? That come from the back, got steadied and almost win.
Yep.
And I'm sure that's the line that caught the New Connections eye to claim it. And the thing is with a guy like Safi Joseph, he runs aggressively, he puts them where they can win, and and the owner was Ken Ramsey, who doesn't care, he just wants a win. So good claim by Jose, and this horse is just getting better and better and better, man. If he likes the turf today,
Yeah, this is a tough race, and it's the beginning of the pick 4. It's also, I believe, the beginning of the cross country pick 5, and I think it's one that you really got to put some money into.
Okay, race 9. Wow. Yeah, I was going to pop up a replay on In Due Time, but I don't want to look at that mess. I think everyone's seen it enough. Did he get in trouble? Did he benefit from it? Did he cause it? So I'm just going to skip that. But of course, I want to show some replays on. I want to start with Ethereal Road, January 29th, when the horse broke its maiden. I think it's number 2. It's going to get left totally. Yeah, there it is. I didn't bet this horse this day, but it definitely caught my eye. A few people texted me about this horse. And naturally, I bet him next time and got beat. This is the type of ride by Louis Contreras that won him a riding title when we had not the Tapeta, but the Poly track. Mm-hmm. He would just sit dead last and come 10 wide and won a riding title figuring that out. And this is a race where, the front never fell apart. They win 114 and, the 4 and 5 were up there the whole race and, just wow. And if we go to the next race, February 26th, nice birthday present I got that day. It's the 10 horse. You know, I wish he didn't break. And here he is. He's out there looking for the popcorn stand. Like, you know, Oaklawn plays inside a lot, even if it's playing fair or outside. You don't want that kind of a trip out there. And believe me, that day it was playing inside. That's number 4, Uno Ojo, that wins the race. I think Barbara Road's coming up the rail behind, and the 9 horse, and kind of gets in trouble. But you know, Louis out there, you know, in mid pack, just, you know, out wide the whole race. And you know, you can argue Barbara Road got in trouble or whatever, but he saved ground the whole race. And you know, the horse is fighting and fighting and fighting right to the end, even though he was getting tired. Now we'll go to the last race in the bluegrass 7 days ago. You know, it's really not, you know, I'm not going to make an argument that he could have come anywhere that day, but we'll just watch the first half of the race. And he's the 8 horse, and you know, the jockey puts him in no man's land, puts him where you can't possibly win. And I think instead of seeing the forward movement, you know, the improvement of the horse, I think it was stalled by these 2 trips. So I think he's the 7 days out. I don't know. I'm not Wayne Lucas, so who's to judge? But I really, if you look at this horse as, you know, just off the Buyers, an 81 first when it broke its mate, and the next time, you know, it really is getting better and better, but running against better horses and getting brutalized.
Does the short rest bother you? I mean, I think that's really the wild card with this guy.
No, it's Wayne Lucas, right?
Yeah.
You know, well, who am I to judge him? I'm not going to judge him. You know, I've seen horses win in 4 days. I've seen good horses run horribly off 2 weeks rest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it a, you know, is it a last gasp move to make it to the Derby? Most likely, yeah. So enough of that. You know, he's in against killers, and you know, so you know, I think Ethereal Road is definitely a horse to use in here. Definitely not a key. You know, might not be good enough. The 7 days might do him in, but I really like this horse, and I think if, you know, under the right situation, this horse could be not running today and be going straight to the Derby and be a serious horse to look at. But this is not the Derby in May. This is today, you know, 7 days later.
Yeah. Patrick asked if Victor will have his horse closer to the lead. It doesn't look like there's an abundance of speed. The 2 has some speed. The 7's getting blinkers. So I would suspect the 7 and the 2 would be closest. But, you know, I think there's not so much speed that they're going to duel. So I think this is more of a merry-go-round feel. I like the 2 and the 7. I think Theodore Road could run. But I feel like he's more of a slice type in this spot, but he's worth it. The value is going to be there. Although I think some of the handicapping services have given him out. So there will be some action on him. But, you What about Tawny Point, Tommy? Tawny Point started on synthetic, had some success on synthetic.
Yeah, typical Brad Cox, getting better and better and better. And going to the pace scenario, it's race 9, so Victor will get to watch a few dirt races. Patrick can see how the track's playing. To me, if I'm training riding that horse, it's go right to the back, break good, go right to the back, and make that big circling move he won with. That's that was his best race. Why try? Contreras broke good the next 2 times and try to get position and got himself in a jackpot out there.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have the kick's not going to be the same, right? You're forcing
and you're cutting back a little here, right, from the last race, and just sit and hope they go. Even if it's plain speed, I just sit back and hope they go and make that big run, and let him do time, and Giroux worry about him moving too slow or too fast. The Pletcher horse, Major General with blinkers on, might fire. I don't know, right? He's got the head scratcher, gets the lead going 6.5, and comes off the pace running long, whether that was planned or, last time was a stumble, this time before, who knows? He did win.
I just I know it's Pletcher, he knows a lot more than I do, but, sometimes when I see the WinStar Farm type of syndicates, a lot of what they do is for marketing purposes. Is this horse really a horse they want to try to rush into the Derby, off this record? I don't know. Maybe it's pointing towards down the line, but I worry, with a race like Keeneland, a high-profile meet, is it more for show than for substance? So I'm more leaning towards 2-9 in here with a little bit of 4, and I'm curious to get your opinion on the 5 Howling Time. Howling Time took some money in the Fountain of Youth, didn't run a step, and I didn't see the trip, so I don't know if there was something subtle there, but he had started his career off pretty well, and Romans has taken one more shot here.
Yeah, when it comes to Del Romans, the one thing I'm missing on my desk here is a crystal ball, because I can't figure.
Yeah,
you don't know when you see horses with 20 distance line pop up a 95 buyer and that. I don't know. And going back to the race, the Lexington is a $400,000 stake race at Keeneland in a grade 3. So that's enough just to enter for me. Forget about the Derby. Winning a stake race at Keeneland is a big thing for a lot of people. And, 60% of 400,000 ain't chump change. That's for sure.
I agree.
Hang on a sec. Yes, sir. Yep. Okay, thank you. Race 5. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. I don't usually answer my phone, but when you're going to get some clocker info at Woodbine, you answer the phone.
The tip came through the bat line. Are you going to share with the group?
Yeah, we are. We're going to get to Woodbine right after this. I'm going to share. Ernie the Clocker gave me some horses. This is another guy, and I'm serious. These guys don't tell me nothing. But when I told them I'm doing it to promote Woodbine, they said, okay, we'll be watching. Make sure you release everything out to the public. So this way, everything is kosher and it's not just giving me inside info, which I usually don't need because they get overbet. But opening day, I'll stick to my word and tell everyone they want me to. So, okay, so let's just
wrap up Keeneland. We only have 30 minutes until the first at Woodbine.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Woodbine, we can really skip the first race because there's a 2-5 Wesley Ward, and it's not part of the pick 5, and so I'm not worried about that. And we can play Woodbine more race to race, try to map out an early pick 5 somehow, but more look at it closer race to race.
Roger Atfield returns in the 10th at Keeneland. You spoke highly of him earlier. What do you think of Lady Spitespear in this spot?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, right? I'm a fan of Emma Wilson. But sometimes I'm front runners, I don't know. I don't know if it was front runners or was it at Gulfstream? That race at Gulfstream, she had the race won, and I don't know if I wouldn't blame her, but the horse like jumped tracks, it says, almost caused an accident, just got beat. And I think this horse is a real monster, an absolute monster. But having said that, Chad Brown's got some nice horses in here. And the one I want to show, the one that really blew my mind, is Regal Glory, who was winning races close to the pace. And then if we can pull up that replay on the Pegasus Turf Invitational. The 4-horse in this race. Didn't really beat the gate, kind of had to check here. And now the horse, it's out of its element. It's not where it usually comes from the back, wants to stalk or be on the lead. The previous race at Del Mar, win wire to wire, albeit slow fractions in a grade 1. And here he is, all the way back to second last, and they're not really moving in here. 24 opening quarter at Gulfstream on the turf is nowhere near fast in this type of race. Yeah, it wasn't really a grade 1 field. It wasn't a great field. Other than a couple in here, though, this is not really a grade 1, close to even being a grade 1. I know Alms and Shifty She, they're not killers in this race, but just the way this horse did it. You don't see this move at Gulfstream too often on the turf, way out there, And it could be just the mismatch of the field, but just that race just blew me away that day. So just wanted to show that one. The other Chad Brown, the number 3, keeps winning and keeps getting better. I don't know if, the pace scenario, Navratilova's coming off 2 fast works. I don't know if, I know Colby Hernandez loves to go to the front. You might as well have Jarmillo. He's the Jarmillo of the fairgrounds, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, Luis Saez is aggressive as well. I think if the 6 has a shot, it's going to need to be close. Like you pointed out, the 4, although it was taken back last time under the circumstances, is usually a little bit closer. Navratilova seems like her best races are close. So I'm going to play an aggressive 4-1 there. I think the 4 is the best horse. I'm going to hope that the ones closest will get a little leg weary late, and that the one on the cutback have a little bit more kick. And Sister Sin is always dangerous at a price. And so I'm going to play 4-1 there, one straight exacta, and that's going to be one of my more aggressive plays today.
Yeah, you look at it quickly and you see Chad Brown. They look logical. I don't know what to make of the horse that ran in the EP Taylor at Woodbine last year. Could be anything, I guess. But I know Lady Spatesphere is supposed to be, one of his best horses. And, the horse is a grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old, albeit in a COVID year. But, I really like the rider change. I think this is the type of horse that can go head and head with the 5 and still give a good fight to the 2 Chad Browns and whoever else is coming. Having said that, 6-horse race, you're not going to get a real big price, and I don't need to get my brains kicked in by Chad Brown. I hate to lose my money when you kind of know you're going to get run down. So, it's a race that I'll be cheering for Lady Spatesphere, and if Roger does it again and pays $20, yeah, I'll probably be dizzy. But I just, I'm a Chad Brown fan, and you have to be. He keeps turning over these great turf horses, and these look like two legitimate Grade 1 horses.
Agreed. Okay. And then the 11th race looks like a scramble.
Yeah, the 11th race. I can give you some more clocker. March 26th, number 1 Payne had a B+ work. Hey, and I sat with these guys in Florida Derby Day. Kaio Karamori and George Sharp, believe it or not. They just had to be at the same table with CJ Johansson and a bunch of other, I was going to say a bad word, but guys. Yeah, you know, Chad Brown's got a horse obviously in there, but yeah, that's all I can know. That horse has worked good. Violent City has worked good twice. Once at Keeneland, the Keeneland Clocker report caught him, and April 1st, the DRF Clockers caught him. But yeah, that's a crazy race, and it's a kind of the race too. You know, later on in the day, you want to watch the early races on the card, see how the track's playing. And Keeneland seems to be one extreme or the other so far. Either they're on the inside on the lead, or they're circling wide. They can't win on the lead. You know, and you know, the only way to figure it out is to watch a few.
Yeah, agreed. I'm 4-8 are the logicals there. Number 6 Santa Cruiser, you know, notch below, hasn't made that big leap, but he's pretty honest, and you get to pick up the pieces type. So I'm going to try to get the 6 Santa Cruiser underneath in there with the shorter price horses, and hope to cash something with him.
Okay,
all right. That's Keeneland. I guess we are 23
yeah, and I
minutes
apologize to everyone with the questions. I will be better and try to read the chat and keep up with you guys, but we're a bit time strapped and wanted to get out of the way so we can get to Woodbine and get it, you know, most of Keeneland done before the races start. But we will be going race by race at Woodbine. Okay, I'm just gonna get a drink. Okay, race 1. I really got to give credit. You know, I don't know if it was done on purpose, but the racing office at Woodbine, you got a horse like Lyman. You know, I hate these type of horses dropping big time, has big numbers he's run, and you know, 2 to 5 morning lines probably right, but you know, or maybe Wesley Ward requested to run in this race, because the claiming rules are at Woodbine, the only way you can claim a horse out of this first race is if you're actually in it. And whoever's running race 1 can now claim in race 2, as well as the horses, you know, the connections of the horses in race 2. So there's 4 trainers that can put in a slip online. And I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't all put a slip in online.
What's the rule with transferring horses off a claim? Could someone act as a conduit?
No, I don't think that's cool. I'm sure it can happen, but I don't know. Well, I guess you can, after a certain amount of days, you can sell a horse off a claim. I think it's 30 days. Okay. But yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, I think there'll be a few claims on this horse.
Yeah.
But whether it's a sell,
you know, I know you're going to say this is a pass race, because we're going to have, I think right now he's 1 to 5 or 1 to 9, but you got guys tuning in at one action. So, you know, I think we have to bet every race.
Yeah, maybe you can bet every race.
Yeah, I'm here to bet. I think our guys watching want to bet, so I'm not gonna try to beat the 4, but I'm gonna play a $50 exacta 4-5, and I think the 5's a logical one to run second.
Yeah, well, if I had to play for second, it would be the 3. I like a couple of the races where the 3s come off the pace, and maybe at 4.5. Maybe at 4.5, you know, you just might be sitting back there and picking up the pieces. But I also think if you're going to play an exactor like with the 5 or the 3, that if the odds are right, you know, a win bet wouldn't be a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, the 3's at 15 to 1, the 5's at 8 to 1. I don't know. Those are good odds, right? And by the way, the 3 gets in the race without a tag. It's a waiver rule. If you haven't run in 150 days, I think it is at Woodbine, and you have run for the 7,500 or less, you don't have to go in for a tag. So that's why he gets a free shot at it. Even though this is where he'll probably be running in a few weeks right in for this class, but yeah, you might as well get a free shot at it.
Okay, race 2.
Let's see what some of these exactors are paying. Yeah, well, 4-3 pays. Am I looking at the doubles? No kidding. What a dope I am. Yeah, 4-3 pays $29 for $2. 4-5 pays $10. I guess $29 isn't bad. So, the kind of bet I would make if I was betting this race would be a 4-3 exactor for $4, $2 to win on the 3, and a $2 3-4, even though I can't see the 4 running second, but you never know. Sometimes these horses, they got issues and they're motoring around the track, and halfway down the stretch, they kind of get tired or whatever, and they just get beat. But usually a horse like Lime, it's, first or last horses.
Agreed. All right, race 2.
Okay, race 2, we'll go over, I'll just go over some of the chat we had. We had on trainers Steve Cherkop and Bill Theranos. Billy said his horse is running real good. The 6-horse Summer Sunset at Gulfstream, he was training real good, continues to train real good, because one of the phone calls I just got was one of the gentlemen that clocks horses in the morning, says the 6 is doing real well, and the 5 is also working okay. And Steve said his horse has been working okay, but I think I can't go. There's 3 of them in here. I'm not a fan of the Cassie horse at all. I don't know what to make of New York breds coming over here, and blinkers, Lasix drops, all the things that people try to claim horses with. But with the info I got, I think the 6 is going to be real tough to beat. And I'm going to, if you're going to play anything else, it's got to be 6-1 and 6-5. As for pick 5, I guess 1-5-6 with a press on the 6 would be the way I look at it.
Does it bother you, Tommy, the 6 is in for the tag, or he could be a waiver?
No, I don't think no, you have to have run for 40 to be a waiver.
Okay, even with the time off.
Yeah, this first race of the year, let's say, was a 40 claimer. If any of those races were a 40 claiming race, and then or less, then you get a waiver.
Okay.
And he's also Summerfront. It's also eligible without a tag to Ontario sired horses.
Right.
Like Reload, the 5 is Ontario sired. Summerfront is Ontario bred, so he doesn't get in without the tag. He's got to go in for the tag or out.
Understood.
Yeah, and it looks like
I thought Steve sounded pretty convincing on the phone. I liked his tone and
Which
the winner
one?
work on the 1. So I think the 1 is the right one. It'll be short, but he seems like the right one in here.
Yeah, the one when I first looked at the form, I thought he was going to get a perfect setup behind the 5 and the 6. But, Billy can have one ready, and he had this horse's, cranked up down, good works down at Gulfstream, one after the other. And then, when I get the heads up on one work at Woodbine, that it caught their eye. So, it is just the work, and you got to take it with a grain of salt. But, yeah, Billy last year came out guns a-blazing. He was just winning like crazy at the beginning of the meet, and that's because he was one of the few trainers that had all his horses down in Florida all winter. A lot of them just packed their bags, stayed at home. Didn't pack their bags, stayed at home during COVID.
Yeah. Okay. The third race.
Okay, the third race, you can watch a replay of first number 5, Dance for Gold. Last time out at Gulfstream was the 6 horse. Got a little rattled and rolled at the start, and then got him bumped off the 5 and 4. Oops. So I got rattled around, ping-ponged at the gate a bit. So that was for 16, straight 3-year-olds at Gulfstream, and I like the fact John Charlamboulis is taking the blinkers off. I don't think this horse will have an issue getting the front. Probably be a bit more relaxed, so we can stop that replay and win wicked fractions on the Tapeta there. So obviously this horse will be tough. Steve talked about his horse, Tally Road, and he liked the one work April 2nd, and with the blinkers on, he said if this horse pops out of the gate, he might just have a perfect trip following the 5 around the track. We also talked to Billy about number 2, We've Had Enough, and this horse just, Billy says if he breaks good, I don't think he'll break good. He never breaks good. Seems to be trouble prone, but if it is Woodbine Tapeta, and they do come off the pace like most Tapeta tracks, so I hate to take a low price on him. If you look at the 3 horses I'm mentioning, they're like, I hate betting horses that look like the best of a bad bunch, and they're not really that. This is a race where I'm tempted to key a horse like the 3, Our Stormy Sophia, who I know nothing about. I really know nothing about this horse. All I know is Dave Cody and Sky Chernet's, that combo were winning like crazy at the beginning last year. They were like 30%. She was like a 40% jockey when riding for him. It was insanity. They just kept winning, 40 to 1, 20 to 1. And it was basically all the same trip. She would drop to the back and pick up all the pieces in the middle of the track, and get Stormy's a good sire. And sorry for my phone ringing. I'm going to turn it off because I got enough messages now. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so it's an impossible race. Man, pick 5. I look at it, as a spread of 2, 3, 4, 5. But this is the type of, depending on the other races, I might just go do something silly. I do it all the time. Just key the 3 for value and pray. Like I said, no info, no nothing on this horse, and just that they started off gangbusters last year, and it's a low percentage barn, a low percentage jockey, and they were winning like crazy. So I don't know. I guess we can look closer when we get to the race, but that would be, well, they're about to go in the gate at Keeneland. Can we pop up Keeneland on there? The live feed? Should be right up beside the minutes to post.
That's your strong Mohonk Valley to Keeneland angle.
Yeah, somebody just texted me that they got rid of the claiming rule that I talked about that protects Wesley Ward. It's basically anyone who ran a horse last year can claim a horse, claim a horse. So there's going to be,
75 way shake.
shake.
Okay. All right. Are we in on that one too?
Not me.
Okay.
Not me. I don't like those ones. Even though somebody a couple years ago claimed a similar horse for 7,500, trainer Pat Parente, and he won like a 40 non-winners of 2. He won a non-winners of 1. He did real well with a horse. I think it was called Bayer or Bayer.
Mm-hmm.
No problem, Linda. Trying to go through these. I apologize. Trying just we'll go. As we're going, get finished up with Woodbine here. Woodbine should be running soon. We'll run show race 1 at Woodbine. We'll continue through the card, but as we go race to race, we can answer questions if you want, or talk about things you guys want me to talk about. Me and Pete to talk about. Race 4, we talked to Steve Cherkoff about JMR Gemma. He really likes this horse. Thinks the horse is really a nice filly. Concerned about running against older horses. I'm not. I think it's going to get a perfect setup in here. I just can't see even a few of these horses who've run off the pace. There's got to be enough speed for a meltdown in there, and it kind of sets up race 4 for JMR Gemma and number 5 Lois Len.
Yeah, and Lois Len's also a 3-year-old. I think a valid point is the 4-year-olds on paper don't look super talented, and so in this particular case, the 3 versus 4 shouldn't be as big of an issue.
Yeah, it's not an issue for me at all. I don't even look at their ages. They could be 2 or 1.5. I could care less as long as they can run.
I do like Old Blondie, the 2. I look back at the Maiden Breaker and the Open 109,000 maiden special weight race at 5.5, getting to the lead. She seems to have speed. She is a 4-year-old, and she's a little bit of value. So I'm 2, 4, 5 there. But I like everything that Steve had to say made sense.
Yeah, but is the 2 going to go to the front? I know it had a bad start on the inner turf that day and come roaring from the back, right? And looking at all the speed in here, there's quicker horses than her. He might decide to sit. That's what I'm worried about. There's a few of them in here. The 3 will probably sit, even though it can go to the front. The 1 got blinkers off.
It depends on the break. So the first time out, she didn't break great. Second time out, she didn't break great, but in the third race, she broke well, went right to the lead, and got loose on the lead. If she breaks, I think, I think she's on the lead, but she has had some gate issues, so we'll see what happens.
No. The race after the maiden win was against some tough horses. I think Owen's tour guy come back to win a small stake.
Mm-hmm.
The race after that was a complete meltdown race. Super Pecan comes from dead last, yeah. But I just see the way I look 5 seconds, I see a meltdown race, and I come up with 4 or 5.
Okay. Race number 5.
Race number 5. I was going to show a replay in the 1, but we're not going to do it. It was with a different trainer, a mile on the turf, kind of got on track, bumped early and then made a big run, really kicked in late. I think this horse will be coming late. It'll be a tough horse to beat in here. Same with, you can say the same with number 5, Icing. I think the 1 might even be a lot more favorite than the 5. But having said all that, I think the best bet of the day, from what I'm hearing, is number 6, Jimmy's Big Day.
I agree with you. It seems to be working well. I'm going to throw the 2 in for some value. The 2 horse, although as it is 0 for 9, he shows some speed. It's a 5 furlong race. The last 2 works were super quick. Has 4 now total against the field that doesn't have any much form. And I think Cassie's going to get over bet here. This horse isn't really bred to sprint. And I think the 6-2, 6-all-2 is how I'm going to play this race.
Yeah, I'm going to bet against the Cassie horse for sure. The 1 horse I know will be live, but still, from what I'm hearing, the whispers I'm hearing from clockers and other people, that the 6 is the real deal. And me, the only other horse I will use is a 4. The other firster who's working okay, as the clockers are telling me, but Paul Buttigieg is not a prolific first-time out trainer. He's won with them, and he's got his own farm, and they can be ready. Where John Ross at one point was like one of the best guys first time out around here. John Ross has been around for a long time, and he used to, every first time outer he would send out back in the day would get over bet because he was just real good at getting them ready. Mm-hmm. But the way I'm going to play, the 6 is my single in the early pick 5, in the pick 4. Sorry, there is no late pick 5 today, only 8 races. But that is my single, and I think we can go to the live feed at Woodbine. Yeah, for those of you who are watching on Twitter or Facebook, you have to get onto the YouTube to ask questions. And like I said, we're going to be here all day, take a couple breaks. I'm going to need a break for a smoke. I'm going to have to bring my cat outside because she's just been staring at the floor, looking at me, saying, those eyes are saying, I can't go out. Now I can't even look out the window. You closed the blinds. What did I do wrong? I hate myself. She's giving me all these looks. So. Yeah, I just popped in a quick bet on the 3. Quick bet on the 3 and a 4-3. But I have a feeling 1-9, this 4 is going to be a 12-way shake that's going to end up being really Russian roulette.
Make it more value if they had a line on the shake. Who would win the shake? That'd be good. There's something to root for in race 1.
Yeah, this is the type of horse. If this horse runs off the TV screen, whoever claims it for 7,500 will probably get off for 10 or 15. But I have a feeling this horse is going to, not win or not be good or whatever. I wouldn't take this horse for free right now. Having said that, snap the picture. Right now, you're saying, "I hope I didn't win. I hope I don't win the shake. I hope I don't win the shake."
It looks like she was worth 7,500. The number she's in for.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Yeah,
maybe.
That happens a lot, right? Playing the claiming game, you learn that.
Yeah, Wesley Ward.
The good barns know what their horses are worth.
Yeah. I put it this way: once Roger, speaking of Roger Atfield, there was a friend of mine said, "So you putting one in for Roger Atfield's today, right?" And I said, "No." He goes, "Can you put one in for me?" I go, "Why don't you put one in?" He goes, "I did. I got 2 of them in." I go, "You can't do that, bro." I go, "Look, get away from me. Don't ask me to do stuff like that, right?" And I go, "I wouldn't go in for free." He goes, No, everyone's going in on this horse. He goes, "There's going to be 28-way shake on him." And I said, "Okay, so 28 guys, including you, are all geniuses. But Roger Atfield's the only dummy that doesn't know. The guy who has the horse, he's the only one that doesn't know nothing. You're all geniuses, and he's a dope." Well, the poor guy that got that horse didn't deserve it. A real small trainer with a small-time owner. And at the end of the story, you know what it is. That horse ended up nowhere. It's real, real sad. Like people get locked into this hysteria.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean this horse is going to be a bad claim.
I think the conclusion is she's worth 7,500.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Who knows, right? Maybe the track's not playing speed today. Whatever. But
Tommy, I guess I got a topic to go over. You have a Wesley Ward horse there that dropped down, run second. We have a Brad Cox horse that's going to be running later in the day. That's going to be probably odds on off a 5-length win under wraps at Turf Way. What's your opinion? You get these guys that normally aren't running up in Canada. They're up there with an assistant or in someone else's barn. They're not being supervised with their own eyes. Do you think that's a disadvantage?
Yeah, not really in this case, because you got a horse that's run on the Tapeta, and I really like the second quarter. When a horse can go 22 and 2 second quarter or faster and continue on and win at 6 furlongs, right? Yep. It shows something. The track could, I know the track was playing fast, but still, there's something there. So now, what are your options? Where do you go with a horse? You go run 5 furlongs or 5.5 on the turf, and maybe not even get the lead and take the horse out of his game. They're running for 100,000. He's not going to get 100,000. He's running his end. He's probably about 70,000 for a non-Ontario horse. Mm-hmm. That's good money.
Yep.
Right. And the thing is, there's races down the road here on the synthetic. Maybe, they don't like them on the turf. There's so many ways to look at it. And, I think they're in the right place. And I've seen trainers ship in and win, trainers ship in and not do well. And it doesn't really matter to me. It's, this is an operation that obviously they know what they're doing. I think he's in the right spot. These non-winners of ones, horses like the 2 Ever So Wild are not out of the equation. 10 claimers win these all the time, but you never know where you're going to get. Are you going to get horses like the 3 and the 5 that are legitimate horses, or you're going to get a bunch of, grinders.
Right. You've got. I mean, I think the issue here is you have some older horses that are multiple winners, and so there are some potential angles to suggest that a horse like Fast Corey can get beat. I mean, I'm going to take a few small shots against her. The 3 versus older angle, and there is a lot of pace in there. But no, she just might be way better than these.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this horse is a real nice horse, but and I got, the clockers really like beautiful. That one likes Beautiful Empire. And the horse shows he's a nice horse, and another one likes Sterling Speed a little, work good. I might go to the 2 and the 7 here, especially the 7. Regardless of the clocker comment, I think this horse is a 5 furlong horse. I think kind of hangs a little when it runs a bit longer than 5, but those 5 furlong races, this horse is running through the wire. So that's I think, I don't know, really looking at my tickets, and my tickets are kind of chalky, like my pick 5, the way I have it written out, it's kind of chalky, other than in race 4 where I'm going to use 4 and 5. I got a 10-1 shot. The first 2 races with 3-horse spread and 4-horse spread, there's no real value there. I might, maybe probably wiser not even to play the pick 5, or just start with the 6-horse colt. Yeah, that might be it. I'm just going to start with a 6-horse colt in race 2, then go 4x2, key the 6, and then in race 6, man, oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna pitch the logicals and use the 2 small and the 7 big.
I like Sweet Carolina in there. There is a lot of speed, even though it's 5 furlongs. She's cutting back. She's had some development as from 3 to 4. She hasn't run since September. But one thing I learned playing synthetic races, candy rides can move up a ton on synthetic racetracks. And I think just because her figures are a little light, she's going to be a bit of an overlay. So that's one that I'm going to be using on my tickets.
Yeah, now I'm just going to throw out anything that resembles a price in there or speed, and that's it. I'm going to take a small, one small ticket I'll have ever so wild in the pick 5 and pick 4. And I'm just going to, Sterling Speed's probably better off, it's 2 races. His second win was a 40 non-winners of 2. Probably should be running in a 40 non-winners of 3. But having said that, this horse runs for the full money. This horse, Ontario Sired horse, runs for the whole 123,000. So that's not a nice chance to take first time out of the year, where you could see the race, 101,000. Gets to run for the whole thing because it's Ontario Sired. And what I mean by that, you'll see it includes the purse is 101,200 Canadian, includes 13,500 state bred and 20,000 other sources, which is for Ontario Sired, and plus 13,000. That's the breeder's money, but they don't all run for the 100,000. But the Ontario Sires run for most of it, and the Ontario breds run for almost most of it.
Okay. You want to continue with the Woodbine, or you want to go race to race, Tommy?
Yeah, we kind of covered the pick 5 at Woodbine, and
we haven't done the 7th or the 8th races.
Yeah, there's the 7th and 8th races to go. Yeah, we might as well. I'm just looking at. Yeah, let's go to the 7th, man. To me, it looks like Our Secret Agent's going to be almost impossible to beat.
I agree with you. I'm going to try to get the 7 underneath her. So I'm 1-7.
Yeah, 7 got really improved off the claim, and got some nice setups. That last race, they all 3 came from the back, but probably get a nice setup again. Nicky Can. Speaking of Jose, the last time out, I was sitting at Gulfstream, around noon, and Jose D'Angelo walks by me. And I asked him about a horse in the second race, and he goes, "I like the one in the 8th race." I look at it. I go, "Nicky Can?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I know it's tough, but he's doing real good." I go, "No, no, no." I go, "It'd be a pleasure to bet on one of your horses that's not 3 to 5, right?"
You're right.
And the horse ran. I was excited about it. He thought I was like, questioning him. No, I was going, "You sure?" "Yeah, yeah." He's going, and the horse ran big, and another one just getting better and better and better, and they just, they don't turn it on right away, but they get better and better in that barn. And I'm telling you, I've seen the operation with him and his dad and numerous assistants. They all come out in the morning. They're all got the same blue blinkers, reins, and saddles, and they kind of a Venezuelan way of like Aidan O'Brien's parade in the morning.
Yeah.
But they line up. Jose's father, who's champion trainer in South America many years, stands on this the clocker's plat, and they line up and they wait there, and all the horses got to be at attention. And then they go peel off one. It's a great thing to watch. Just an operation that really takes pride in what they do.
Is he planning to race at other circuits besides Woodbine and Gulfstream?
Well, Woodbine, I think, is just an in and out because the horse fits, right? But he mentioned the track. Now, I don't know if it's Charles. Does Charlestown have turf?
No.
Canterbury?
Canterbury has turf, yes.
Or was there another track with the C? I can't remember. He's going somewhere that has turf racing because Gulfstream's going to be
Colonial could be Colonial in the summer. Colonial's got good purses, but they don't start for a while.
Yeah, when do they start?
I want to say in the summer, but it's
yeah, because Gulfstream's pulling out the turf in June, right?
Yeah.
So from June till December, they won't have turf. So he was talking. I can't remember. He said he's going somewhere to race on turf with his turf horses.
Yeah.
Let's see who won the lottery online.
Colonial starts July 11th.
Thank you. They're about to put up the lottery winner of Lyme in the first race at Woodbine. I'm interested to see who it is, just so I can bust their chops about it. And then when they win 5 races in a row, I'll still tell them how dumb they were. Bruno Schickadance and Marty Drexler. Nobody claims more horses than those two.
Right. Florida and Woodbine.
Yeah, no, Bruno is just he had a horse once, and somebody offered big money for like 5 times more than what it's worth, and trainer was telling him to sell it, and Bruno said, "I have more money than horses, so I'll keep the horse." He loves the game, man. This guy loves the game, and if he could, he'd own every horse on the track.
Is he based in Florida or Canada,
Bruno
or
and
does
Marty,
he do back and
they're
forth?
based in Toronto, but Marty went down there for the first time this winter, did pretty well, and Bruno's almost everywhere you go, you can see those red and white striped silks.
Yep. For 8 minutes to post before the second at Keeneland, the Chad Brown 12s 2-1, taking most of the money. Even though the 2 for Rusty Arnold had the tougher trip and a better post today, he's 7-2.
Yeah, getting 11-1 on James Toner. I lost very small money in Woodbine first race, in a race I should never bet in a million years, but I'm excited. It's opening day. I guess
that's what we're here for.
Yeah, it's 2 ways of popping your cherry opening day. One is betting and one is cashing. I took care of the first one.
Me too. Yeah, my 5 broke horrible, never ran on a step.
Oh, stop making excuses.
That's right. We're going to come back here and hit race 2.
Yeah.
Well, since you guys aren't talking, hey Pete, what did you think about that? Like that Ward horse? You know, that horse dropping from a 30 down to 7. I know you've claimed horses. I know you've owned horses. I know you kind of asked Tommy, but you kind of didn't give your side. Like, would that be a horse you'd
Yeah,
be interested in, or?
you know what's interesting is I've always done better with horses I've gotten in two-way shakes, three-way shakes, as opposed to 10, 12, 14-way shakes. I had one in New York a year ago called Linda Scray. I think she was maybe a 7 or 8-way shake because she had good pedigree, and we claimed her in a partnership. She won in the starter allowance off the maiden claiming win. We ran her in a non-winners of 1, and then we sold her privately. No, but the best claim I had, was a horse called It's Cold in the Hair, who just got good. We stretched her out, yeah, at the advice. Norm Cassie was part of it. Was we couldn't find a race. The books kept coming, and the right condition didn't come up. And then Bruno de Giulio looked at her stride, thought she'd be better stretching out, and we had stretched her out, and she ended up being a really nice route horse and won about $250,000 after the claim. And she was only, I think, a two-way shake. So yeah, Nora, I don't, a lot of these 10, 12, 15-way shakes, a lot of them just they're worth what they're worth. And if your downside's usually okay with the claim void rules. So a horse like the Wesley Ward horse, yeah, he's worth $7,500. I don't think you're really going to lose money, but I find that I like to look for ones that are more subtle, that are off the radar, maybe off a bad trainer, or maybe off something that could be surface switched or distance switched. That might be a pickup. But a horse like that one in race 1, I wouldn't have dropped. The other thing, what happens a lot of times is you send money to the trainer or a syndicate to claim a horse like that, knowing it's going to be a 10-way, 15-way shake. You don't get it. Then the money's sitting there, and then they want to talk you into another one later in the day that you might not have researched as well. So I tend to avoid the ones where I think there's going to be a big shake. We have a Twitter partnership with a few guys. I think we've gotten out shaken at least 9 or 10 times. We finally got one who's going to be running back soon, who's been training well. But generally I let those go and find something that's a little bit more under the radar.
Yeah, with me, I want to be the only one in on a horse.
Yeah, and Tommy, you're really good at finding cutback runners. I remember, over the last year, you've pointed out a few. One in particular, low-profile connections in New York that you said, listen, this horse is a sprinter. Look back at the beginning of the horse's career. I don't know why they've kept stretching them out, and you've been right on with those. And those are ones that you can normally claim without a shake.
Yeah, and even found I found a fast filly. I found the opposite, a fast filly that was running 5 and 5.5 that I knew needed 6, 6.5, or 7 to show her speed to get loose on the lead. And a horse called Foxy Bell, and Foxy Bell 5, 5.5 was sitting behind horses, running into horses. When we claimed her, I think we went 6.5, and she just got out there all alone and took off, and we ran. That was on the turf, and then we ran 7, and she took off, and then 6, and then learned how to settle when she got better and better, and she learned how to settle, which made her even more dangerous. She could sit off of a horse that was faster and take them on the turn. So, and it's my best claims have all been, I'm the only claim, and I don't look for obvious.
Yeah.
And I have a thing too. When I'm going to claim a horse, I'll go around the track and ask, so you claiming anything tomorrow? And the word gets around. Everyone, the word gets around. They say, yeah, everyone's going in on this one and everyone's going in on that one. Yeah, I'll scratch that horse. I was in a shake once where it was a horse that it didn't look obvious. The horse was like 18-1, and trainer phones me and says, yeah, we're in a 5-way shake. I go, pull out. She goes, what do you mean? I go, take my name out of there. She goes, you can't do that. I go, make a deal with someone. Tell them right now, if I get the horse, tell somebody they can have the horse, right? She goes, I can't do that. I go, I don't want the horse. Luckily, I didn't get the horse. Horse was one-eyed horse. I kept running into horses, didn't do any good. The only good thing that happened, the guy who claimed it got him I think it was Tino Attard lost the horse at Gulfstream, so he did good with him, got rid of that thing. But I just absolutely hate shakes. I hate it. You know, everyone thinks they know more than the guy who actually wakes up and talks to the horse every morning.
Yeah, agreed. And I can tell you, for every outshake where the horse wins by 5 lengths, I get outshaken on 10 other ones that don't run a lick. So it's normally they are where they belong.
Yep. Yeah, you get the odd, you know, Keeneland or Merv. You know, Merv Griffin used to do it at Delmar. Oh my God. I'm supposed to call in a radio show and I forgot.
Blog Talk Radio. Your show is scheduled to start in 22.
You guys carry on.
Please
call Okay.
back within 15 minutes of scheduled.
No. Oh my God.
All right, we can talk about Keeneland while Tommy is doing his call. I think, you know, this 8-5 on the 12 seems light in lieu of the last race. Got a relatively easy trip last time. Now has a wide post, so we'll see what happens. See if the money's right.
Yeah, I ended up going like 5 wide here, so I had no clue in this race.
Yeah, I used the 4 horses that came out of that same race at Gulfstream, and I used the 3. But for single race plays, I keyed the 11 off the very bad trip last out. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, 5 tossed the rider.
Yeah.
Setting some honest fractions here. Looks like
Yeah.
And I thought this one was kind of a no hoper in here, 45-1, but
The 8-5 starting to kick in, but the 11's not too far off. Looks like the Gulfstream horses are going to run 1, 2, maybe 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. All out of the
there
same.
it is. That was all the same race, wasn't it?
Yep. And the one that there was double clutch who had the widest trip. The first time out going to the inside made the difference today. So we're watching replays helps, but that horse definitely was bet down because we weren't the only one watching that replay.
Yeah, funny enough, I used those three in my pick 5, but I did not use your 11. And another one of my good friends who's real sharp, he basically singled the 11. So I thought I was dead in the water. But
Yep. Yeah, the 11 kicked in late. The 2 just, saved ground, made all the difference. If you look at the ground, the distance traveled when the Trackus comes out, I'm sure the 12 traveled a lot farther. But the 2, that's the game. We got the right trip with the 2. And Rusty Arnold, he's normally not known as a first out trainer, and that horse ran really well first time out and was totally ignored at 58-1. And if you had bet the horse that day, unfortunately, you're only getting 7-2 today, but you're alive.
I don't know. Somebody gave out the 2-horse. It wasn't me.
211 were my uses in the pick 5. We had talked just because the 2 had been 5 wide on both turns last time out, where
Yep.
the 12 had the better trip in the beginning of the second flight. But the 12 was 12 ran very, very well. He was bet heavily, but the post made all the difference in this.
This should be the all-time low value super of all time. They all came out of the same race.
Exactly, yeah.
And usually when I see that, to be honest, I throw them all out because I figure if I like a horse like the 3, if he can beat one of them, he can beat all of them.
Right. But the difference between the 2 posts and the 12 posts at a mile could be considerable, really, at any track. And I think if you flip-flop those horse post position, you probably get 12-2. So it's you get good value. You get the 7-2 beating the Chad Brown. So it's a good start to this sequence, and you get the 9-2 in the first leg. So hopefully, you can keep this going.
Well, Woodbine, I went with I singled the 6. I got Billy likes the 6. One of the clocker likes the 6. So I just, and especially that he's better odds right now than the 1 and the 5. So my pick 5 is 6 with 2, 3, 4, 5, with 4, 5, with 6. And then I end up using in the last leg, I used 2, 3, 5, 7, and played variations of those tickets, presses, and that. Yeah, I just, if I get the 4-horse and, if I get a 3-1 here, the 4-horse in Lake 3 at 10-1 and get that firster home, I don't want to see a big price on Brad Cox or Mark Casse and lose. So I chickened out.
Okay. I'm 3x2x3 in the next 3 races in the Keeneland pick 5 with 9-2 and 7-2 to start. So we'll follow that along and hopefully it'll come through. Tommy, are you playing pick 5s here, Woodbine?
Yeah, I just gave up my ticket.
Oh,
6.
you did? Okay,
2,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, with 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
With 4, 5, with 6. And then I used the 4 horses in the 6th race. 2,
Okay.
3, 5, and 7.
Got it.
Yeah, I played in the 3rd leg. I played the 5 more than the 4. I could have played this a million different ways. I could have singled the 3 in the next leg and used 3 of them in this leg, but that's just hope start with the 6 and hopefully make it to that first time starter in race 5.
Does that look right, Tommy?
Sorry?
Does that look right? I just popped your ticket up here on chat or on the screen. 6 with 2, 3, 4, 5 with 4, 5 with 6.
With 2, 3, 5, 7 in the last leg.
Oh, gotcha.
Hey, Sylvain, where's Montreal playing golf this year? I want to talk about the Leafs. Yeah, that's the ticket. And I played extras with Lois Lane. Then I played some different tickets in the last leg. I almost never play one ticket. I scale them down a lot more. It's just two. I don't even know what I bet. They're in my account, but I just keep scaling down, down, down.
Yeah, I'll post my Keeneland. We could talk about kind of how you play Tommy a little bit, and I've definitely learned a lot from you on construction. Let's see if I can get this to work. Is that ticket coming up? Or did you just see me?
Nope. I
No, I see
shared
the
your screen.
ticket.
Okay, yeah. So I much like you. So this bottom ticket I have pressed a few different ways, but I've got my more widespread at the beginning, and then a slightly more narrow, and then a slightly more narrow after that, and then the bottom one I usually will play between 4 and maybe 10 times depending on the price, but that's how I'll usually play. I don't like to put more than $100 to $150 in a pick five, on spread tickets, but unless I really feel like there's going to be 3 prices. So this one started out pretty good with 9 to 2, 7 to 2, and hopefully can keep the momentum going.
Oh, here we go, Woodbine. Oy vey. Yeah. I think the 6 would have been better off just chasing this horse, but no excuses for nobody. 5 was the best. Okay, let's see what's coming up. So who do you got in this next race, Pete? At Keeneland in your pick 5?
All right, so understand because I put these tickets in early because of this broadcast. I didn't have the scratches, but I'll post my ticket right here, which is okay. So the ticket it should be up now. So it was 1-4. I like the 1, not the 1A in this leg. So I'm getting the 1A just because it was a scratch.
Oy vey.
149, and then I unfortunately got the 1 singled in those bottom 2 because I did think it was the 1, not the 1A. So maybe get lucky, but I do think the 4 is good value, and I'm hoping I can get the 4 in here.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of like the 1A with the 5 and the 1 out of the race. Anyway,
Yeah, the 9's getting bet pretty hard. Let's see, the will pit, but in a perfect world, if I can be right about this 4, I'd rather have him. And the pick 3, the $2 pick 3 to the 4 is $822. To the 9, it's 125. To the 1, it's 396.
okay, so at least you're getting value on the 1.
Yeah, I'm getting value with on the press.
You know, a
That
lot of
bottom
times there'll be a
ticket, I have
scratch
more.
like that, and the horse will be paying. It'll pay horrible.
Right. And then looking ahead, I've got the logicals in race 4. I don't have the 2 Riccio, who's working well in race 4 on these tickets. I do have the 2 on pick 4 tickets, but I don't have them to pick 5. And then in the final leg, I've got the logicals there. So I kind of need if the logicals come in the next 2 races, I should be able to cash these.
You didn't like the 7 in the next race at Keeneland, race 3?
Race 3, the 7. Yeah, he fits. I just felt like the one before the scratch. I felt like the 1 and the 9 were just too quick, and that they would get away. But the 7 makes sense. Just didn't make my radar. Also, Catalano's actually done okay with his meet so far, but overall, he's just not the same trainer. To think that 4 or 5 years ago, Wayne Catalano would be 7%. It's kind of hard to swallow.
Yeah, Wayne Catalano's horse actually had a real good work at Keeneland April 4th, but every one of his horses, I think, at the meet so far has made the Clocker report. So you got to take that with a grain of salt for sure.
And also, the wins were at Presque Isle. Everywhere else, she seems to hang a bit. But yeah, she can run. She can run. But even if she runs back to the Trombetta races, where she did okay in the allowance company at Laurel, is that good enough to win here? Not if the 9 fires. So, yeah, and the 9's very logical in this spot. I'm willing to sacrifice the press tickets to get this 4 home. I think with these low profile connections, I think this 4 in the pick 5s is going to be a major separator.
Okay, right now I'm handicapping Grubhub.
Any overlays?
Yeah.
They're
overpays.
The great thing about Grubhub is you get a $10 meal. It costs you like $25.
Well,
the service fee
that's Uber Eats. It's 20 on here.
Yeah.
You also got to double check the menu sometimes. Sometimes they just charge more on top of the fact that they charge the fees. There's like a breakfast place here by me. They're like, one of their breakfast specials is like $10 or whatever, and you go to order on Uber Eats and it's $12.50.
Yeah.
Plus they charge everything on top.
Because they're Grubhub or Uber Eats are grabbing like a huge percentage of it, right? They're grabbing like 25 points, I think.
Yeah, they take a big cut. That's what happened in New York during the pandemic when everyone was ordering. Was a lot of restaurants, they deliver the food, then there's an insert in the food bag with the menu from the restaurant, and then they would have a sticker on that had a 25% off offer code if you just went ahead and bought direct.
Yeah, no, I get that a lot. You get the menu in there. Please call us directly, and the whole, yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
A lot of these places, they never delivered, and then they got Grubhub and Uber Eats to deliver, and now they got their own delivery people.
Yeah, right.
Wow, that firster I was talking about in race 3 at Woodbine's getting crushed. Our Stormy Sophia. Wow. So much for that plan. I'm out. I don't know I don't know if it's inside money or
Maybe.
people listening to me, or
I could tell you I've got 2 or 3 friends watching this right now who like to fire, so I'll blame one of them.
No, it's all right, but I think it's just people remembering last year how hot they were, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was just uncanny the way they were winning, and it was also maybe some barns take a while to get rolling, and when you're opening days in June, everybody's already fit, so maybe that was it. But no, thank you. I wasn't even going to take 8-1. I was hoping this horse float right up.
Is there a pick 4 coming out of this race at Woodbine?
No, race 4 starts the pick 4, and yeah, I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna try to harpoon that one. Yeah, to try to figure out if anyone's out there is betting on what we're talking about. When it comes to me anyway, I wouldn't bet anything I talk about unless I say, really bet this horse, which we're going to do later on. Like, I think race 4 is a real good betting. I think that's a race where I'm going to hope the speed battles. I'm going to bet the 4 to win and box 4-5 in race 4. And I think if we all bet it early and knock it down, I think the computer bettors will pay us back on the end. We'll boost up our prices.
Mm-hmm. This is where I am at Woodbine. This is $1 pick 5, and I've got the 3 in there, but I took one shot against.
Going back to Uber Eats, the reason I don't like using them, they started with this, $1.89 for preferred, right?
Yeah.
And so I order from a place that's, a mile and a half down the road, and it goes 32 miles the other way before it gets back to me.
Listen, I would have thought that Woodbine would have had this catered for you, but
I'm in Hallandale Beach.
Listen, I don't know. You're bringing them action. I know that. Listen, I know a lot of very sick degenerates that are watching this and they're betting Woodbine. They normally wouldn't be betting Woodbine early in the meet. The fields are small, so I think you deserve a meal. But we can pick that up after the broadcast.
Trust me, right? Trust me. When I'm at Woodbine, I get treated real well. Okay, sometimes I wonder why. It's not just because I bet money there. I really get treated well there. Everyone treats everyone, whether they like me or not, they're friendly to me. And
okay, but that's important.
And I'll tell you a story about Woodbine, and people, say tracks don't listen in that. Well, man, it's been a while anyway when this happened, and some old guy, it was a winter Saturday afternoon, and I called the track. It was harness racing, and said, "Are you running today for sure?" And they said, "Yes, 100% we're running." So I get there about 12:30, they cancel. So I'm going to get my program exchanged, and some old guy is trying to get his program money back. And they said, "Well, you can bring it back next time. We'll give you another one." He goes, "I live in Tottenham, which is like, an hour in the hills somewhere." He goes, "I come down twice a year. He goes, And he goes, the girl goes, well, I can't do anything. So I said to the girl, just give the guy his dollar back. And, oh, I can't. I go, call the supervisor. And the old guy's going, thank you. I thought he was going to tell me, drop it. The supervisor comes and she gives me the same thing. I go, this guy traveled on your word an hour in the snow because you guys said you're running for sure. You won't give him $1 back? And then she like waves her hand and says, okay, give him $1 back, and rolls her eyes at me, and I lost it. I yelled at her, and there was another manager there. I'm going, really? This is how you treat people? And, I overreacted. I can get hot, especially at the track. And, the next day I'm sitting out in the grandstand. I'm there. It's about 11:30. I get a phone call, and I see the 675 exchange is the Woodbine number, whether it's a payphone or the president's office or whoever. It's 675 is the Woodbine exchange. And I answer. I said, hello. And the gentleman said, is this Tommy Massis? Yeah. And he goes, hi, my name is so-and-so. I'm the vice president here. He goes, when you get into the track? I go, I'm here. And he said, can I come down and speak to you? And I go, are we going to fight? He laughed. He said, no, we're not going to fight. We're going to talk. And he goes, instead of, I thought he was going to get at me for giving the girl and the other guy hell. And he said, explain to me the whole situation. And I explained it to him, and he looked at me and he said, did you handle that the right way? I said, no, definitely not. I get mad. And I should count to 10. But, I really felt, I saw my grandfather, my granduncle, as that old man. And he goes, I get it. Woodbine was wrong. You were wrong. And we had this discussion, and we talked for a while, and I get a call the next week. He goes, are you in your spot? He goes, I go, yeah. I go, can I come down and talk to you? And I said, sure can. He came down, and he goes, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? And do you have any questions? And every couple of weeks, we'd have this back and forth. And, I got my questions answered. Most of the time, I didn't want to hear the answer. I didn't like the answer, but at least I got it from the business side. How, they explained it to me. And most of the time, yeah, I hated the answer, but I accepted it and I understood it was the most important thing. One of the things was I couldn't believe they weren't taking show bets like the, for the negative pools. And I trying to explain to him the math. He goes, hey, your math is right, except when we go to a negative pool, all the partners, the horsemen, the government, everyone, they're not paying. They already took their money. We got to pay it all. So, I got questions like that answered. And he really, every time they were going to come up with something new, whether it was the fractional wagering or different bets, he valued my opinion, and that relationship is there. It should be there more. I think racetrack management should have I don't know, advice, but somebody high up who's on the floor every day, who walks around, says, hey, my name is so-and-so, I'm here. Not just the big players where they have a VIP guy talk to them, but have somebody boots on the ground every day saying, hey, I have pull here. Talk to me. Ask me anything, and get to know people. And this one guy reached out to me, and I still talk to him a lot, and I respect him more than anyone in racing. He's not there anymore, but, it's that kind of thing that people should, there's people on social media that get upset, and I'm one of them too, but I learned not to try to kick down the doors, to make change. I'm hoping to just knock on the door nicely and whisper, please let me in. And maybe, I can be more part of the conversation. Maybe more people will take my input. And, this game needs a lot of things fixed, and, we have to speak up, but we just can't bash and yell at them. Nobody's going to take you seriously. Nobody's going to listen to you. And rightfully so. Nobody wants to listen to just that one way, attack. So I think we can have conversations. So I think it's, don't give up, knock on that door. And if somebody brushes you off, you can see right away, they have the look like, crazy person, horse player, crazy person. And they just want to hide in their room, go back in their office. But you'll see some people there, they'll talk to you. And I'm lucky. People know me more at Woodbine, but I can have conversations with vice presidents, with anyone. And I don't think it's just me. I think they really are approachable. So, talk to them, knock on doors nicely, try to strike up a relationship, a conversation, and it can go a long way.
I agree. And a guy like me, I'm grateful for those types of things you do. Even, guys like Bruno, Chuck Simon, guys that are vocal about industry issues and trying to find change. I'm not much of a reformer. I love the analytical aspects of the game. So as fucked up as it could be sometimes, I put my head in the forum, I handicap, sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. And I really kind of ignore all the dark side of it. But that's just my personality. I just nothing's ever really going to stop me from playing unless the takeout gets higher. But it does make a difference, and you can see that. And I did at one point, and this is not the racetrack, but I wouldn't say complain, but I raised a point last year. I was a pretty regular bettor on DRF bets, and I wanted a formulator subscription. And I called my guy, and I couldn't even get a discount. An annual formulator subscription, I think, is like $1,800. And I was betting pretty steady on the app. And the guy goes, no, he goes, sadly, even though we're related to DRF, Express Bet runs the platform. There's nothing we can do. And now a year later, if you're a DRF bets player, you get free formulator, which is nice. So that's $1,800 more that goes into the pools, which is ultimately better for all of us.
Yeah, and that's a problem too. The partnerships with Equibase and the Jockey Club. I'm not sure how it works. I don't know. I don't know the mathematics of their business and how they benefit from handle. But I'm assuming the Jockey Club has a lot to do with the breeding part and has that kind of pull, the whole big picture of the game. And how are you gonna how are you gonna grow the game and keep charging people? Like we're doing this, and hopefully down the road, I plan to do this regularly. I plan to launch a website. I can't charge a player anything. I don't care how good the info I can come up with or the bets I can come up with are. I just can't, it costs too much money to play this game already. And other people sell stuff. That's fine. I'm not against that. There's a market for it. People buy it, supply and demand. I get it. But I can't charge people. And I think the game should just really look at those little things like that. Admission, Churchill makes their biggest money off admission on some days. So does Woodbine on the Queen's Plate. But, Woodbine basically doesn't charge all year round except for one day. Free parking, free admission. It's the right way to go. Hey, free, people get certain kinds of past performances free on their handle. But those are not the ones that should be getting it free. It's the small bettors who are just getting into this game. How do you get them to read the form? They're not going to go in there and spend $10 of their $40 budget. And you might say, well, that's tough. They don't bet enough. But if you get them to read the form, it's how you turn a small fan, a casual fan, into a big fan. There's no, 99.9% of horse players, they can read the form. Regular horse, or else they're not regulars. You got to learn how to read the form, and we're not pushing a way to read that form. And I'm going to try to help with that a lot if I can. But still, the stumbling block is paying, $8, $10, $11 for PPs. It's crazy. It's crazy. I agree.
Gulfstream
I agree. Let me just answer Linda. I agree. Woodbine doesn't charge. They charge one day a year. It's great, but also having casinos and racetracks, how they can help out one way. Man, I hate other forms of gambling in a racetrack. I'd shoot them if they came to my door if I was running a racetrack. Oh, the 1A got left.
Seven looks loaded. Josh is going to get me out of this by noting that I omitted the 7 on my ticket.
That's the Catalano workout horse.
Yeah.
I think is he hanging?
He's got a
No.
tendency to hang. That's what I'm hoping here as the 9 keeps going. The 4's not running. Yep.
The chandelier couldn't get you.
It's, they run to their tendencies. It's like he showed in the form. Except for
Yeah.
those Prescott races, he always hangs.
Yeah, and day to day at Keeneland, that swooping trip, some days is good, some days it ain't.
Yeah. Another point to raise about the content. See, this is very important. My day job is as a lawyer, although a lot of days I blow off work to handicap. The rules with these, I don't know how it is in Canada, but with the gaming companies in America, they can't like give you any kind of commissions on referrals in many cases based on state law. And so, what you have to do instead of like providing content for free to a particular ADW, a lot of times they have to pay you a fixed fee. I know, like, I think Trip Notes Pro is a good product, and now they did a deal with Santa. I think Santa pays them money to provide that product, hoping that their handle will go up. But I don't know if legally in the state of California they can do something where that content provider is able to actually refer the business in and get a piece of the handle to make up for the cost of the content production. I think the laws vary by state, and it's complicated. And I think there's probably a solution there, but things move so slowly. But you want to, if you want to look at a big card, it's Derby Day or Breeders' Cup, and someone like me, I want to look at the Thorograph. I want to look at Trip Note product. I want to look at workouts. I mean, you can easily spend $100 before you've made your first bet. That's a lot of money for content. On top of the takeout, it's it cuts into your returns.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not going to debate whether a product is good or not, but when a track gives it away for free to everyone, I like. When they just give it to VIPs, I don't like. And I would be on the part that would get them for free. So I'm just not talking about myself. It's you gotta get everyone into it, or I don't know. It's, to me, it's when you give them out so widespread into big players, is there a value to it? You know what I'm saying? I get it. I like to do my own work. I like to do what we do as our team. We have a team of guys watching replays, a bunch of guys, and we share the notes, and doing one track each is not that hard. It's a lot of work. So, like, for me, when I play Woodbine and just Woodbine, I don't need thoroughgraphs or anything. It's just replays in the form, and you get to know. You can, in 2 months from now, I can look at the form and say, yeah, that was a weak race, that was a tough race, and comparing the figures from a 6 furlong synthetic race to a 6 furlong turf race to a 5 furlong inner turf race. And it's a lot of those things that, I know I Woodbine with the 3 services. If you look at buyers, Ragazins, thoroughgraphs, good luck to you. Just good luck to you. You better be comparing them from surface to surface, not mixing the 3 surfaces. I think the key is to stick to one track, do your work. You'll be better than thoroughgraphs, Trip Notes, Clocker reports, all that put together. And if you're going to play multiple tracks, find people who are good and share info from track to track.
I agree with the philosophy. Yeah, I play mostly SoCal. That's probably gets 80% of my budget, and I do the Trip Notes for Santa Anita as part of our group. But I could tell you when whether it's a mandatory payout day or a night that I'm bored during the winter and wanted to play Turfway, I can go in. I could get PJ's notes. He sees things I don't see in the form, and it makes a big difference. But focusing on one track's key. I do, when there's a carryovers or it's a boutique meet like Keeneland or Saratoga where you want the action, it's one thing. But I think over time, if you want to consistently make money in the game, you really got to focus in one place.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, just like Gulfstream. I couldn't play Gulfstream without Matt and Mike doing their notes. And Turfway. I like synthetic, but and Santa Anita. But the later in the day, like when it hits 4 or 5 o'clock, my brain just shuts down. My body shuts down, my brain shuts down. I don't feel like playing horses later on in the day. It's just me. I got to be really in the zone.
Yeah, I tend to put everything in early. I get busy with work and family obligations, so like today, I bet a few horses that were scratched and got some favorites instead. But yeah, it's hard. It's a long day, and if you're playing this game right, and you're going outside of the track you normally play, it's an exhausting process. Like just today with you going through Woodbine, even with these small fields, I got through the Santa card in 10 minutes. I know 80% of the horses. I've got notes in my formulator database. I have notes on our database that we use. Where Woodbine, I don't know all the trainers. I don't know who's good at certain things. I'm really looking line to line at the PPs, and it's a process. And
Yeah, no, and Woodbine is really hard to play this time of the year. So, I kind of play like you too. I basically by noon on a 1 o'clock post time at the latest, I know basically where each horse stands in my mind, and it's just part of putting the wagers together. And nothing usually sways me. If I like a horse in the late double, that's 4 to 5, and the bias is against them. No, I won't play. But if he's 20 to 1, I could care less. I'm not moving off my opinion. And like with this Woodbine, I put in, a couple bucks in the pick 5. I'm going to skip this race. The 3-horse, I was hoping 15, 18 to 1 in a short field. But does it mean the 3 might be live, or it might be just Memorex from last year? But this is a barn too, like you never know. It's good to catch trends with these small barns at the start of the year. You see them run 2 horses opening weekend. They got a first and a second, and they're not really prolific barns. Just keep an eye on them because everything has gone right, or they've wintered a different way. Instead of just keeping them locked up on a farm, they went to a training center in South Carolina, and we're not privy to that. Which trainers have, indoor training tracks, which ones don't. There's a lot of questions that are not on the PPs. So
right.
Just catching trends with small trainers. And last year I got on with this barn, and I remember one day got all the crew, Matt Bernier and Nick Luck and all these, and I saw Matt Bernier. He was up in the winter circuit. He goes, who do you like this race? I go, I bet 800 on the 6-horse. He goes, 60 to 1. I go, yeah, I just got beat at the wire. I got beat at a wire by a 1-2 shipper, and it was no form or nothing. Just this barn and this girl were on fire, and just got nailed, and it's no other reason, no form, no, nothing I could bet on form. It's just that things were going good, all the horses were feeling good. All the horses were running good. You got a low percentage jockey who was definitely in the zone and winning more races, higher percentage than ever. I know one thing: if Dave Cody wins this race with Sky, I'll be on every horse until I get burnt. Well, the 2 did his normal thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Sky Trinets did her normal thing. Gonna go dead last and circle wide. It might take her about an hour to circle, but the 3's probably not going to pick up a horse, but she was winning races with that kind of ride way back there, but already catching them on the turn.
Yep. Well, the 6 is going to light up the board here in this field.
Yeah,
Looks like.
thank God I'm out, because I would have been knocked. I would have been knocked out with
Yep.
4 horses, and it's like my Achilles heel,
Yep.
pitching a few horses in a race, and it's hard for me to use all when I already thought I used too many. Steve Jabu.
All right. Well, I'm officially out at Woodbine.
I'm 0 for 2 at Woodbine, but we're
Still
gonna
live
nail
at
this.
Keeneland.
Yeah, we're gonna nail this pick. About time Guadalupe is picking up my order, but it's showing it's coming in 45 minutes, and Guadalupe is 5 minutes from me. Tell you one thing, not only I get agita from food, I get agita using these delivery apps. Something else I want to talk about. This is what I love. Like, I talk about Woodbine. Everyone asks me what kind of place is Woodbine in Toronto, and everyone thinks I'm a homer. Like, Woodbine to me is probably the most beautiful racetrack anywhere. It's got the greatest views. You can sit in the sun. You can sit in the shade in the grandstand. You can sit way up high, down low. It's got 1, 2, 3 indoor dining rooms overlooking the track. It's got a terrace dining room outside overlooking the track. Down at the top of the stretch, we used to have this beautiful trackside tent, which is, I'm not sure if it's temporarily gone because we're building a hotel right there, and only who knows what kind of place it's going to look like when all that's built. And the food is great at Woodbine. Trust me on that. Anyone who's been there will attest to that. And I'd love to have something, maybe later on the year, get all my American friends to come down. If people want to hit me up about that or they're serious about that, it really wouldn't work good on Queen's Plate Day or Woodbine Mile Day where, the track is pretty full. But we got another, like, I call it a Super Saturday weekend with a bunch of stake races on a Saturday and a couple on Sunday. This year we're running the Woodbine Mile used to be run on a Saturday, and the 2-year-old winning your in races would be run on the Sunday. They're all on one day plus another stake. It's like September 17th. That's the mile. And then, like, in October, they have the E.P. Taylor, the Nearctic, the Durham Cup, and 2 minor stakes on the same card. If everyone came out, message me. If you're interested, I'm going to try to put something together where I can broach it to Woodbine, and maybe we can get some free, food, free drinks, cut rate hotels. I know Woodbine gets some discounts on hotels near the track. We're right next to the airport, and there's a ton of hotels. They're not that expensive anyway, but if we get enough people interested, maybe we'll have a weekend, call it the bash at the Bine or something, and get everyone out there and see my beautiful track, and I'll show everyone my beautiful city. I love Toronto. I'm down here in the winter because of the cold. My body can't handle it, but Toronto's a great city. Like I said, Woodbine, there's a lot of nice tracks out there, but there's nothing as comfortable to watch a race like Woodbine. I don't care what anyone says. Best place to watch a race. You might not like the racing, that's up to you, but it's so comfortable there. Steve Jabu, I bet him on a horse last year that I gave out on a radio show, and I looked him up, and it was like 3 years earlier. He was at Assiniboia Downs or somewhere in Western Canada and didn't do well. But then I found out he's an exercise rider. He's been an exercise rider for, a few years at Woodbine. And actually, this trainer gave him that winner that day, Ross Armada Jr. Gave Steve a shot. And I remember the horse come from dead. It was a 12 horse. It come from dead last. He was a horse I had on the trouble sheets a couple times. Came from dead last, went right up the rail from last to first around the turn like Jerry Bailey. And I just threw that out. I'll bet anyone. I don't care who they are if I get the right price. But yeah, it looks like Steve might get some more traction. I'm happy because I know he was an exercise rider in the barn I had. I was working. My horses were with the Norm McKnight barn, And I remember just a guy named Steve, and he told me he wanted to be a jockey, and I talked to him every morning. And then when he won a race, someone goes, "Yeah, that's your exercise rider win." I go, "Really? That's him?" Yeah. So I'm happy for him.
Very good.
And to Scott's kind about the beer, well, when my food comes, you'll see I don't drink beer. I drink sissy drinks. I drink sissy drinks. Yeah, I drink. I like those truly malt liquor, fruity beverages.
I was gonna ask if you got those home.
Yeah, and I bought some fruit punch ones. I don't like you have to go buy. I like one flavor, and they sell you 4 different flavors in one case.
Yeah, variety packs.
Yeah, I don't like that. I got some in there. They're going to be left when I leave. But then I bought this fruit punch one.
That's
That was
that's very reflective of the way you bet, right? You're not like a 4 or 5 horse spread kind of guy. You like the single one flavor.
yeah, one flavor and one drink.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Scott. The drink, the Truly drink is malt liquor base, which I can't taste alcohol in it. It's probably why I like it.
Don't worry about Scott. Scott's one of my betting partners. He's probably not even supposed to be on a computer because it's Passover, but his desire to bet is overtaking his duty to his maker. So we'll see.
What's Passover? Is that like Easter or?
Yeah, it started last night,
Okay.
and so religious Jews, during Passover, you're not supposed to use any electronics or lights or anything like that.
But you can get somebody else to do it, right?
Yeah, yes, exactly. That's the thing, right? So if you maybe you handicap before sundown last night and lay out your spreads for Saturday
problem,
and
Jeremy. Take it
Sunday,
easy.
you get someone else to fire for you. I think that's okay in the eyes of a rabbi. But you're probably not supposed to root for the race.
Yeah, like for me, I know my aunt didn't call me this week, so I know it's not Greek Easter.
Okay.
So she'll call me like on the Thursday, whenever it is, and she'll say tomorrow's Good Friday and Sunday is Easter, and then I have to call my relatives and that. If I was in Toronto, I'd be over there. I don't know. I'm assuming everything's opened up in Toronto.
Well, if things haven't changed, I believe that New York residents are prohibited from midnight onwards from logging into your ADWs because of Easter. It's something that's been going on for a very long time, and I believe there's no way you can even get a bet down tomorrow, which is interesting because when I go to Nevada to bet and you're geo-blocked from using the apps, so you have to actually go to a browser instead of using the actual app, and that's a way to bypass the restriction. On Easter, I don't think it matters whether you're on the browser of your phone, the app, or your desktop. I think you are prohibited from logging in on Easter Sunday.
But what does prohibited mean? You're not supposed to, or you?
You can't.
You can't do it.
I'm pretty sure if I won't even be able to log into Naira Bets tomorrow. I will be completely blocked.
Can't you phone them and tell them you're Greek?
Doesn't matter. I'm an Italian Jew. I could say at least half of me is allowed to bet tomorrow. But if I really needed to get a bet down tomorrow, I would have to text you or a buddy somewhere else to put the bet down. And note that Aqueduct doesn't run tomorrow. They still take the holiday pretty seriously.
Yeah, but those are basically state laws, or city laws.
Yeah, it's a New York state law. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've legalized a lot of things here. Recreational marijuana. They're giving out licenses soon, so technically you can smoke marijuana tomorrow, but you're not allowed to bet. So that's just one of the quirks of the laws here. Yeah. Unless I guess you smoke too much marijuana, you'll forget about betting anyway.
Yeah, those days are almost over for me.
Just an alert: the Riccio horse, that firster from the low-profile barn that got Gaffalione, is 21-1 right now at Keeneland, and the Todd Pletcher horse is taking most of the money, the 8.
Yeah, I know one thing. When I got my shit together and got sober in 08, I was okay at this game and held my own, but it took me about a year, 2 years to really get my mind right after quitting drugs and everything, and
Mhm.
it changed my life, that's for sure.
That's great. And you know, it's hard, you know as well as I do. Like this game is 90% perspiration. It's very hard to be a winner without putting the time in. And if you got things in your system and you're not focused, you're partying, you're having fun. You know, I was never a big drinker or a drug user, but I used to like to go out. I lived in Vegas for 12 years. I was going out to the clubs 4 or 5 nights a week, womanizing and the like. And you know, I had some of my worst years betting during that time, or I'd hit something big and then I'd blow the money at the club that night. So I can totally understand.
Trust me, been there, done that. I've left Woodbine with 4,000 in my pocket, go out drinking, and come back, and I don't even think I spent 200, but all my money would be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, best thing I ever did, that's for sure. I used it as a crutch for years, and enjoyed it. Really enjoyed drugs and all that, but was falling apart and got my shit together, like I said, and never looked back.
That's great. Tommy, are you betting Riccio?
No,
No, okay.
yeah, I'm cheering against that horse.
All right.
Even though I gave him out, there's a long story. Well, I'll tell you the story. The owner of this horse had a couple of horses in Canada. And my trainer said, I have this owner from the States, let him in. If you find something, let him in. So we let him in on a good claim. And then down the road, he claimed one off of me. Nice, eh?
Mm-hmm.
It worked out real
Yeah.
good for him.
Was there a shake? You know, I had that happen to me once. The guy called, apologized, and I was like, it was an 8-way shake. Well, if it wasn't you, it was somebody else. It doesn't make a difference to me. But if it's something that's, he's the only one, and you
Yeah,
got
no,
the
he was the only one, right? And
Yeah.
the trainer
That's a little
who I
different.
had told me, he goes, "Hey, your friend claimed this horse off of you." I go, "You serious?"
Yeah.
Nice people in this row, but it worked out real good for him.
Yeah.
Moron. Some people, man. I usually don't let my emotions get involved, and at 24-1, I just can't. I got to stand for something in life. No, Pete?
Yeah.
I don't
I
wish no
understand.
harm to him or the horse.
Listen, but you want to get, let me throw something else out there. Bruno's a common friend of ours. He had the 12 judge and jury. He had some positive works on this horse, particularly that April 5th work. On paper, looks overmatched, but at 38-1, I'm willing to throw that one in to get a piece of a try or a super. And that trainer, John Ennis, is known to pop up with some good prices. So that might be one to maybe keep us a little more entertained.
And me, I don't want to use anything without written consent from MLB, Major League Bruno.
Yeah, no, I think he just wants, he wants at least him to be cited, as the source. I think where he has issues is when we've spoken about this is when they use his information on TV and they don't give him credit for it.
I get it. No, I
again,
get
looks
it.
overmatched
I like Bruno. I understand Bruno. He's right to protect his intellectual property, but yeah, I just don't. I don't want to have a big thing with him. He's my buddy.
Yep. And he had positive information too as well.
Hey, Scott, I can open up in 5 minutes a website where you can play slots. You don't even have to go to the Big A. I know that's not what you're talking about.
You just got to go over to New Jersey to get that fix if you want to get the online slots.
Well, yeah, you can do it
Did New
anywhere,
York
can't you?
legalize it when they legalized the sports?
I thought you can get a VPN and play anywhere and let them steal your money.
those VPNs. They were able to cut those off years ago. But New York legalized sports a few months ago, and I don't know if they legalized the slots yet on the apps. But if not, I'm sure it's happening soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know if they're VPNs or whatever, but there's people who get around that stuff. I don't know if they're better VPNs or a different thing.
There
but
might be maybe more obscure companies that offer that service, but the main ones, I think they have a database of the ISP addresses, so they know.
More in Ontario, Scott. More in Ontario. Oh,
All right.
Yeah, I broke down. I'm going to bet this horse. I don't want to get dizzy. I bet 200 on the two. Took a couple $50 doubles with him, and I'm probably going to cheer for him to run bad. You believe this?
That's like when you have a team in a big game and you bet against them, so you feel good if they win, and you feel good if you get the money when they lose.
Never. Not against my Toronto Maple
That's
Leafs.
a sports.
Never.
That's a sports better thing. I know a lot
Never.
of guys that do.
Never. I'll tell you a story about a guy Leaf fans. We're in this pool hall, a regular hangout, and we're all Leaf fans, a couple Montreal fans. And Montreal was giving us a whipping, and this guy wouldn't stop. And he wouldn't stop rubbing it in. Like he's not only rubbing, standing in your face, blocking the TV, and calling you this and that. It was one of the regulars. And the owner told him, you better stop. You better stop. Right? Then the owner grabbed him. He threw a roll of tape to someone to grab a chair. They tied this guy to a chair. And this was like a basement pool hall. And they put him in the room with the garbage where all there's rats and mice everywhere.
Oh,
they left him in there for a couple hours. You hear him screaming, please, they're on top of me. And we went to let him out. We go, okay, let him out. And the owner said, no, I warned them, right? Anyone tries to let him out is going to go into the next chair beside him.
That's great.
Yeah, it was great. Not for him. The poor guy was traumatized for a while. I didn't like it. I thought it was funny, but I've been in that, I know that basement pool hall, there's rats falling off the air ducts, like big ones, and ooh.
Yeah.
I knew one thing from then on. When the Leafs played, he shut his mouth or didn't come at all. I can't believe I bet this horse, this scumbag's horse. I'm good at leaving my personal things out of my gambling, so I just
All right.
I can always hope the horse wins, and then the winner's circle kicks the guy and sends him into the water on the infield. I don't think I'm ever going to enjoy losing $300 more than this. I hate to say it, but I won't lie.
Okay. Let's give Bruno some credit. This 12 ran his eyeballs out.
I'm
May
not
even
going
be
to
able to hold
I'm not
for the
going to give nobody
super.
credit for coming in fourth.
Yeah, if that's 60 to 1, 70 to 1.
Did he pick him on top?
No, but he had a very positive number, and for a very positive workout observation for a horse that's been beaten 13 lengths, 11 lengths, 16 lengths. You know, I don't know if he held for fourth. If he did, I have a super, but there was a lot of heads bobbing for fourth.
Yeah, I don't like I'll give out a horse at big prices and somebody will say, "Oh, that horse ran." It really annoys me. I want to win.
But, you know, your likelihood of a 70 to 1 winning is not particularly often, but you know, for third or fourth, the horse could make
regardless,
a
I'm saying if I pick him on top or if I'm betting on him,
yeah.
you know, if I tell somebody I like this horse and he runs third and they go, "Way to go, good pick," I want to hit him.
Much the best. Much the best.
There
Right,
you go.
Tommy?
Yeah.
The sequence got chalky the last few races.
Woodbine's coming up. My pick 4 is 4-5 with Jimmy's Big Boy Cold with 2, 3, 5, 7 with 1. You know, when we get to the 7th race, it can show replays on Nikki Can and Jenny B, but if they beat me, or you know, the 4 Dreaming of Drew, he's been working good, I heard. But if they beat the 1, I'm dead. Just hope I make it that far.
Okay.
These exactors pay pretty good anyway. I'm getting 14 to 1 on JMR Gemma. Yeah, Joey, Pick Six King is at Bloomingdale shopping for women's shoes. Yeah, Forrest B's a fast horse, but I just can't bet a race with so much speed in there. I got to pick a closer. Naturally. The race is about to start, and the Grub Hub is at the door.
Oh man, we don't get to watch Tommy eat.
No, that's not when I'm this hungry.
All right. Well, let's hope we get this fourth race in here. Steve Cherkop was kind enough to call you, and we're now up to 17-1 on JMR Gemma. Let's get this horse to fire. His last horse ran well, even though it ran second. We're getting some good value here.
it broke to the front. Jeez. Can't believe you hooked Forest B.
Yeah. 2 got the trip. Really, really good trip. And the Cassie does not run a lick.
Yep.
Point I wanted to make earlier, I know it's apples to oranges, it's Canada, but Cassie was 3 for 43 at Turfway on synthetic in the winter. Not his best horses, but still, that's there's not a lot of good horses there anyway. That's something to look at maybe early on in the meet at Woodbine.
Well, Turfway is a tough meet. A lot tougher than it used to be. You got all the big barns there with turf and synthetic horses from Kentucky.
Yeah.
But Mark Cassie, he usually has an edge at Woodbine. He's got his horses in Ocala training. They get down here. So this horse didn't run a lick. I got slaughtered in that race.
I keyed the 2 with the 5-7. I have some small exactas, and I've got a win bet on the 2 as well. And I have the 2 coming out of the pick 4, but I didn't have the 6 last race. So my pick 5s are dead.
I love that, all the big word is out on these connections in the next race.
Yeah. All right. All right. The Woodbine ticket is alive to 4, 6, and 7. The 4 is the favorite at 231. The 6 is 426, and the 12 is 3,100. So we know who we're rooting for there.
Maybe I'll get a whole $10 back on the 4 to 5, but I think I singled the 4 here.
Yeah. But it's a good lesson. Like I talked earlier, I try, even on the big days, I try not to put more than $100 to $150 in a pick 5. I got friends that put $700, $800 in a pick 5, $400 in a pick 5. Even here, you got a Chad Brown favorite. Yeah, it's going to pay $231, which is not much, but at least you're getting your money back with a little bit of a profit, where you're really up against it when you have those real big deep tickets. This Woodbine race paid very nicely.
Pete, those were Keeneland pick 5 prices, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Back, I'm going to go up for a smoke. My cat is hiding upstairs from the Grubhub driver, but she just heard this door. She should be.
Everyone's on edge to find out what you actually ate for lunch.
Oh, I had just the closest place. I had a half of a 6-inch Subway sub and the other half for dinner.
Okay, great.
I just go to the no delivery fees, no whatever those are, and pick the closest one.
The squirrel approves. So Pete, I thought you brought up a good point, because it's real easy, especially as a newer player, right? I've only been playing for a couple of years, but you go on Twitter, right? You see the guys posting those huge winners, right? They're winning 20,000, 12,000, but they're playing those $500-$600 spread pick 5 tickets. I mean, like, do you think that that's an actual viable strategy? Like, if you have the bankroll for it, or do you think that that's just kind of playing with fire?
No, you got. This is my opinion. First of all, you have to look at ROI. That's most important. So I've got friends that buy $400 or $500 pick 5 tickets. They win for 2,000, and they're proud of themselves. There's easier ways to make 2.5, 3 to 1 odds. A lot of it you have to look at the pools. Some of the big days, the pool size are really big. You want to take a swing at it. Sometimes it's really a matter of a genuine feeling that you're going to get 3 prices. If you're playing a $400 pick 5 ticket, even 2 prices might not be enough unless it's like a $50 horse. But if you get a $12 horse, an $18 horse, and the races chalk out, you're sometimes fighting for your money back. Another thing you got to think about is, do you like the prices late? A lot of people play these kind of V-shaped tickets where they're wide early, they're narrow late. So a 20 to 1 shot in leg 1 that chalks out might not be as good as the 20 to 1 shot in leg 5. But I like 150 is normally where I like to hover, give or take. But if you look at my Twitter posts, I had hit half of the cross country 5 pool last year for 67,000 on a $96 ticket. And then I hit another one for the whole pool. That one was a little bit higher, but it wasn't an enormous ticket. I want to say it was maybe $250. So if you're seeing the ball well, you don't need those tickets. And if you don't feel a comfort level that you hit something $200 ticket, maybe you shouldn't be in that sequence. Maybe you should be playing somewhere else, or like Tommy said, look at the pick 4 instead. But there are guys on there. Listen, there's 2, 3, 4 guys on there that post some big tickets. But if you really follow them, they're putting a lot of money in all the time. And $12,000 or $20,000 ticket's a nice hit, but these guys could also lose $3,000, $4,000 a day. I try to keep my daily budget within check. Sometimes it's hard if you're playing multiple tracks, but stick to where you're sharp. And don't be afraid to single a race. You're 4 deep and you don't feel great about it. Try to narrow it down. And over the long term, I think you'll do well. Rob in our group was a good example. I think he hit a $50,000 ticket off a $48 bet last year. So if you're sharp, it doesn't matter how big you put into it, how much you put into a ticket. You're going to catch those.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest hit was on a $24 pick 4, but I played it for $1, right? So it was a $12 base ticket, and it's just like you get, you single, and it's something that, especially like I've learned from Tommy, is to not be afraid to single a horse at a price.
Yep.
And I think on that ticket, I didn't single, but I used 2 horses in the sequence, and one was like 30 to 1. It was a 30 to 1 workouts horse on Derby Day. I think the horse's name was Cummings or something like that. And had huge works and won at 30-1, and just that one horse, and then Serengeti Empress closed it out for me, and it was a couple grand on a $24 ticket, and I've kind of been I've been chasing that ever since, trying to stay small and small, but like I find often like I'll look at a sequence and I'll have a $200 ticket or something, and then now I just pass because I mean it's like I feel like it's kind of like lighting money on fire a little bit, but especially at base wager, I like if you structure it and you got some tickets for like 3x and a couple tickets for 2x and stuff like that, and you spend $200 on the entire structure, that makes sense. But when you're playing the $200 base pick 4 or pick 5 or something, I feel like it's real tough to you got to be right way too often, I think, to make that profitable.
Agreed. What Tommy's really good at, which I've learned, is trying to make a day pay well even when it chalks. Walking away with a $10 base bet pick 4 or a $20 base bet pick 4, it might only cost you $80 or $100, and it comes in all logical, and you still walk with $4,000. But sometimes that's even more celebratory than picking a couple prices where you're 5-6 deep. I can't pat if I'm 8 deep in a 12 horse field and I get a price, I'm not packing myself in the back. I mean, it's the way it goes. But sometimes, it's not often, but sometimes these beats like Keeneland or Saratoga or Derby Day, you'll be able to get three prices in a sequence, which on a typical racing day you're not going to get. You're going to do it. You're playing early pick 5s, and a lot of these races are 6 horse fields, 7 horse fields. It's not likely you're going to get 3 prices, and if 3 prices come in, it's not likely you're going to have them. So you have to make a judgment call. But I think the most important thing that Tommy advocates is really trying to focus on one track as your primary. I try to do it. I would say 70 to 80% of my bankroll Santa Anita, but you do get caught up in these boutique meets, and sometimes you just need to be a racing fan and enjoy watching a Keeneland or enjoy watching a Saratoga and making some spot plays, as opposed to getting in these pools. The last 2 days of Keeneland were a little bit more predictable, but the first couple of days there were just some crazy results. And unless your computer bettor's putting in lots of money into tickets, it's just not likely a guy's going to hit those.
Yeah, no, I agree. I always kick myself right around this time of year when I check my ADW, and I'm like, how did I lose so much money playing Gulfstream?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I mostly play in New York and I play Kentucky, and that's basically it. And I'm like chasing that at Gulfstream because I'm like, oh, it's Saturday. I got the whole day free. Like, why don't I play 3 or 4 tracks at the same time?
Right. I'm a sucker sometimes for those Rainbow Six mandatories, and I very, very, very rarely hit them. And the way I play, I'm always trying to play for big upside. So you can have a 6 race chalk out, and I'll lose just because it's not often I'm going to have 6 favorites on a ticket. I'm going to toss them. I don't like to bet protective chalks. I think in the long term, it's a waste of money. But for some reason, you're watching the feed. You're watching that counter come up as the pool grows, and it kind of sucks you in. So I definitely have a weakness sometimes for those. But if I eliminated those, I would probably help my bottom line for sure.
Yeah, I know you were talking about some of the night tracks earlier, like Turfway. How those kind of suck you in sometimes when you get home from work and it's running. Pop open a beer or something and want to play. And it's funny because Sam Houston ended up being my best by far result so far this year. But I think, like you're saying, like I played it every night. And I really paid attention to the horses, the trainers, the connections. And I would see a horse, and I think Tommy talks about this. You'd see a horse, and you don't need to see the form. You're like, all right, I know who this horse beat. This horse beat this, and this. And once you get that kind of familiarity, it makes the game a lot easier, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Also, this day and age, the information so readily available, that when you get, a lot of times you can get a price with a firster, but it's almost like everyone knows when a firster's live. It's no secret. If it's Gulfstream, you got reports. If it's Saratoga, there's reports. SoCal has 3 or 4 reports. So it's very rare that you're going to slip one by in this day and age. And if you're not playing I know some guys are just they're chalk players and they try to just rattle together 4 or 5 winners in a day. It's very hard to make money in this game with those types. If I'm looking at a race and I don't think a price horse can win, if I can construct a ticket to get him home 3rd or 4th with a very narrow play, it's a pass race for me. And, a lot of times, especially with the work we do on the replays, you'll find a horse that gets some bad trips, but at the end of the day, you have a reality check, and they're just not good enough to win. But I'll key a horse 3rd with a chalk. It might be 25 to 1, 30 to 1, and those ROIs are good. They'll make your day, especially if you're playing a $20 try or a $40 try. Makes up for a lot of bad ones.
Okay, so Pete, once again, who am I cheering for in here at Keeneland?
Okay, so Keeneland, I'm alive to 3 horses, the 4, the 6, and the 12. The 12 is paying $3,100 for 50 cents. The 4 is $231. The 6 $426. So the
And
12
you got them all for 50
stand out,
cents?
but he's 16 to 1. The other ones are favored in second choice.
They're all 50-cent tickets?
All 50 cent. Yeah, my press tickets got beat in the leg where the
Yeah, where it was my fault. Where was my fault?
No, it's not. It's not your fault.
I'm kidding.
No, yeah, I just bet. I bet early but that's okay. Either way, they're profitable, even if it's mildly profitable with the 4. And caught last race at Woodbine with the 2-7, which is good, and hopefully can finish out a pick 4 at Woodbine.
Yeah, last year, just for Woodbine, I started doing race day Las Vegas for Woodbine.
Yep.
I went like 0 for the first 3 weeks. And I was giving up more, give out 1 to 3 plays a day. And I was just, swinging for the fences. And my friends were embarrassed. I wasn't. My friends going, give out a $6 winner, give out a $5, give out anything. I go, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of my way of saying slow down, don't go crazy at the beginning of the meet.
Yep.
But hopefully I'll be doing this regularly, especially doing it from Woodbine, where I'll have access to, I can get to Woodbine at 9 in the morning and set up and have access. I talk to trainers, talk to jockeys, and hopefully, clockers, and hopefully do that once a week, hopefully down the road.
Yep. Listen, you have networks like TVG that don't have a trainer call in the middle of the show to talk about all their runners on a particular card and give you a very honest assessment. That's a very cool feature.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to, just to have 2 friends with horses in, right?
Yep.
But at Woodbine, there's other trainers I got phone numbers for. I don't really want to bother them, I can bother my friends, but it'd be something where, if I'm at Woodbine today, I'd be lining up guys. Hey, come by in the morning. I'll have some pastries, a coffee for you.
Yeah.
Just be yourself. It's good. It's good to. The conversations I had were kind of just to get the gist of the horses, but I'd really like to be more of just getting to know these people.
Right.
They're regular human beings. They're, family people, good people, and just get to know, I'd rather talk to them about sports and music and stuff like that.
And as well as I, when you're in the game long enough, whether you own a horse or train a horse, sometimes you just don't know. I had a horse win by, I think, 7 lengths. I didn't have $1 on. It's just sometimes you don't know when they're going to fire big.
I had a horse that came from dead last. He was a nut bar. Didn't look like he had any talent. And He went wire to wire, and the jockey said, I'm going to make one run. Trainer was, yeah, that's the plan. And he went right to the front, 5 challenges, and opened up by 10, win easy, and come in the winner's circle. My trainer's going, you believe that? I go, no. And then the Silva's laughing his head off, right? And we go, what's so funny? He goes, I think the horse was scared. He was running away from something.
That's
and all
funny.
my friends thought I cold watered them.
Yeah.
I bet $50, like just for the groom. He did good. The horse paid like $30. Oy. Oh, go get him, Jose. Go get him, Jose. That's it.
All right.
Good job,
Middle
Pete.
one. All right. We got 426.
Yeah, the 4 ran into the wall. The 12 ran into the 4. It's that kind of like when I'm watching a race. My horses are usually sitting all in last.
Yep. 12 ran decent at the number.
Yeah, no, he never really got a shot.
Yeah.
The 4, it looked like the rail opened up for the 4. He hesitated, and that was it for him. And then the 12 had to wait. The 12, outside, inside. But yeah, me when I'm sitting on a closer, I hate these rail rides. I rather just circle like that. Boom, no trouble.
Yep.
You don't have to stop and start. See, this next race, I'm really interested because I know the whole world at Woodbine is on the 6 horse. The Whispers have been around for days. I just want to see if the computer players even it out on end. Let me take a look at these doubles.
2-1.
Yeah, he's co-second choice in the double too, so he's not really not going to be that much value. Geez, he's paying less than the 1. I thought he'd be a lot better price than the 1. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get value on this horse. Yeah, we'll get the sound on. I thought it was just my computer. We'll get the sound on for these races. Oh, producer went and took a break. I just reading in the private chat.
Yeah, he took a break. It's okay. While we're waiting, let's talk a little about ticket construction while we're waiting for. Oh, he's back now.
Yeah, well, the way I approach
let me show my. Let's just go. Again, this is my fault for not going back after the scratches.
A lick of speed. So now with 5/8 steering you right between the eyes.
Okay, so here Here's the ticket. Now, if you go down to the bottom, the press ticket, the third leg was the one where the one was scratched. The 9 ends up being the 3-2 shot in that space, and then the fifth leg, the 6 was the single for the press. So this is a ticket. I think I had like another 4 or 5 times. The bottom one, if that adjustment's made, it's only a $430 payout, but this could have been, you could have had this 8, 9, 10 times, and all of a sudden you turn, which what ended up being the third, fourth, and fifth legs being fairly chalky. You could be looking at on $40, you could be looking at 4,000.
Yeah, no, I see where if you leave the 1 out and you play with the 4 and the 9, you hit it multiple times. Yeah, I can see that right away.
Yeah, and the likelihood is, had I checked scratches, first of all, leg 1 I don't have the 5, so the tickets go cheaper, and leg 3, I'm not going to single the 4 on a press. The 4 was a price, clever ticket to come up with, but he wasn't a high likelihood of winning. So you're going to end up at the 9, and in this structure, much like you taught me or improved my game, in many cases you could easily have cashed a $4 or $5 grand ticket here.
Yeah. Yeah, this horse is staying firm at 2-1. Wow.
Getting kind of mixed signals in terms of the odds. This horse moments ago was getting, no attention. 4, 4.5 to 1. All of a sudden now you blink a couple times and it's the 9-5 favorite. We always say dismiss anything from.
I made a bet.
Multiple.
I made a bet. Oh, sorry. I made a bet about what you hear in a journal. I'm going to be more favorite than 1-5.
Sizey individual. Obviously didn't get to
Pretty
the
sure I lost that.
2 and or 3-year-old. Maybe we're seeing why. Just needs some time. I mean, just huge Cadillac. We're going to say Commando Joe is, and with that in mind, the works look nifty enough, but I'm going to take a wait and see approach, and hopefully I'm not doing the wrong thing here, just because I want to see this guy go a little bit longer. But having said that, you never know, and he is Giant Gizmo, so again, more routing than sprinting in my opinion. But it's been a day where things haven't exactly gone according to plan, at least not for the favorite players, as once again, upsets have been the order of the day. I'm hoping the trend will continue. I got Nico Lau to run them down here in the fifth.
Yeah, the 6 doesn't win here. I'll beat the press. I'll beat up. Yeah, the audio is pretty low. Yeah, the 6 doesn't win here. I'll beat the press. I'll beat up. You can say that again. Yeah, the audio is pretty low. You can say that again. Say that again. wish nobody would have ever called me.
I turned the audio back off because now it's echoing like crazy. So
I wish nobody would have ever called me.
I turned the audio back off because now it's echoing like crazy. So
Yep. I wish nobody would have ever called me.
I turned the audio back off because now it's echoing like crazy. So
Yep. I wish nobody would have ever called me.
Tommy, I muted you. I don't know what's echoing. Something's coming from your side though. Tommy.
How's that?
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, it was on my end. Sorry about that. It was annoying me. I annoyed myself sometimes. Well, the Flavian Pratt fan club is out in full force.
Is that the Flavian Pratt fan club at your door?
What that? Oh, that was the Lions.
Oh, I thought it was your cat playing with the blinds. That's why I was
No,
laughing.
the Grubhub driver came. My cat goes into witness protection. She don't like human beings, except the one that feeds her and combs her and cleans her litter box. That one she puts up with. I think Wesley Ward, when they stole his stuff, I think they stole all his blinkers too, because every horse he's run at Keeneland's had the blinkers off, I think. Thank you, Sean. I was about to take 17 aspirins and a cognac. Damn right it sounds better now. That was horrible, Mike. I know. My fault. I was about to fire the producer, but I should fire myself. I'm just going to bet this race at Keeneland. I'm not going to bet the one flat here, but I'm going to play a double onto the 3 in the next race. Hopefully get out of the mess I caused myself today. Mike, you're a real comedian. Who wants to look at me anyway? Close the blinds. Pete, what are you drinking?
It's cream soda.
Oh,
I was finishing my lunch in the background while you were dealing with your audio difficulties.
no, that's good. I like cream soda. It doesn't like me.
Mm.
Somebody just commented the pick 5s at Woodbine are paying big. I wish I had one race out of
Oh,
that.
absolutely.
I wish I had one race out of the sequence right.
That six horse was tough to come with 2 races back, but
Yeah.
I have a live $2 base bet pick 4 2x2.
This is coming back 20 cents, 4,400, the cheapest one. Wow.
Yeah, I think the pick 6s are already dead. I think there's one live pick 6 ticket. I've got this ticket live right now at Woodbine. Let me pick 4.
Wow.
And Woodbine, Keeneland, I'm not involved this race because I wasn't playing the pick 6. I think you're single, right?
Yeah, I just decided to play doubles and some pick 3s. I got 1 in 3 here.
Okay.
I don't want to spread too much on a pick 6 that's on a non-carryover day.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a non-carryover day.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, I paid 30,000 with that one bomb yesterday at Keeneland.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if everyone. I caught a series, man. I don't even know where it was playing. It was called the Thoroughbred, and it was a couple year series, a lot of episodes about the Boniface family.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the trainer's name, but he had a Maryland bred that won the Preakness, the
Kevin?
Peter Testimony.
Is it Kevin the first name? I think it was with a K. Ken or Kevin?
No, I think it's William, and then his kids trained also. A girl trained,
Okay, yeah, must be a kid.
and they race out of, they call it Bonita Farms.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent series, like real good. I just can't find it anywhere. It popped up on like that streaming box I got. Yeah, William J. Boniface. Bonita Farms. No, it was a great thing on their farm on how the day-to-day life, and they had a whole bunch of kids. Yeah, Kevin Boniface, Barbara Boniface, and how they bred all these horses, and then they basically kept half of each horse. And I'm just looking on their website; they're still doing it. Unless it's an old. Yeah, it could be the website hasn't been updated in a while. Racing, let's check on. Yeah, I don't know if it's an old website or. There's stallions on here. Kobe's back and Alliance. I know this could be an outdated website, but a great series if you can find it. That's for sure.
Okay, take a look. I was trying years ago. There was a documentary or a film on the horse Lost in the Fog from California, and I was in the mood to watch that recently, and I wasn't able to find it on any platform.
Yeah, I'm worse at Oakland than I am at Woodbine or Keeneland, and we're not going to look at Woodbine today. Jackie's Warrior. I really lost the fanatical part in me for big races and that. I'd rather have bet on good racing, even fields or things. Big names don't really do it for me anymore.
Yeah, I normally don't play those races. I enjoy them as a fan, but you're just as likely to find me betting on a Indiana Grand Pick 5 than on a Grade 1 race, just because that's where I find the value, at least the way I play. I'll still watch it. I don't fire it.
Just a heads up. Me and Peter are doing this today, and we're a whole group in that we're working on trying to get up a website that's really going to help people right from the beginning, learn how to read the form, learn how to break down races, all that. And, just go from the beginners and up and give out some horses at Woodbine, hopefully, and the Kentucky meet, which I follow, and see what else we have. Pete follows Santa Anita closely. So that's something to keep an eye out for, and hopefully we get better at this and do other things too. And especially that thing I mentioned about going to Woodbine. I'd really like to, when I get back to Woodbine, talk to them and see if we can work something out and get a big group of people coming down.
Are there any issues, Tommy, now that COVID's kind of faded, to get up to Canada?
No, I think all you need is if you have proof of vaccination, you just come right through. You download this app, put in your stuff, and you're good. And if you don't have proof of vaccination, there's other steps, but it's not a deal ender like it was before.
Okay.
We're pretty much opened up. Woodbine today has no restrictions, no masks if you don't want to. The employees might be wearing them, but yeah, we're wide open right now, knock on wood.
Great.
I think everyone's had enough of it. And, that's it. Protect yourself or don't protect yourself, and let's just carry on. Jeez. I don't know anyone who hasn't lost their mind a little in the last few years.
Yeah, I agree.
Tommy,
Cox is 4-5 at Woodbine.
Tommy, sorry, I just got word you've been canceled. So sorry for that. That hot take has just cost you everything.
What hot take? What did I say?
On COVID?
Huh? No, everyone in Canada, everyone's done with it, and we were, let's do the right thing. We were okay with it, and it's done. Over the years, if Woodbine hasn't canceled me, that if I've burned bridges, they help me mend them, and they're good people to put up with me, and I guess they know I really, really love Woodbine. It's the love of my life. I hate to say it, but it is. You can call me a degenerate or whatever, but I just love Woodbine, Greenwood, in the olden days. Like the previous 2 years in COVID, I went and got a hot walker's license, walked one or two horses that were very docile a day, and went over with the groom and the trainer as the second groom. They couldn't keep me away from there. I was on the apron all by myself most of the time, and nowhere I'd rather be but a racetrack. That's for sure.
Tommy, you still on the one here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I just played the 1-3 double, and hopefully I just get alive to the next race. Will be like a moral victory. I wish fucking Pratt, excuse my language, had a brother so I can hate the two of them. What a donkey the one is. I know one thing, these Irad and Jose better hope Chad Brown is still in love with him after this guy. Man, I didn't know this guy was that good. Just watching him 3 days at Keeneland while I was there, he blew my mind.
No, he's really good. Rispoli did kind of tailed off. You know, those two guys in Santa Anita were dominating, especially on the turf, but Pratt just went to a next level. Keeneland race. Keeneland race 6. Four.
Yeah, this race at Woodbine, even though I know the 3 and 5 are nice horses, but I'm just gonna hope they cook each other. And I bet the 7 to win. I boxed 2-7. I played doubles with them onto the 1, very small doubles.
Okay. I'm best here if I can get this 1 home at Woodbine. Even though none of the Cassies have run a lick so far today. This one would
Yeah,
be
that's
good
why
for
I said a small double onto the horse in the next race, because
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, Steve, I would hope so. I know a lot of people I've met, in the States over my travels that they just can't wait for Woodbine to open up. And like I said, Toronto's open, Canada's open, Woodbine's open. And I'm I don't like I'm not a business guy or a lawyer, but I don't like negotiating over the phone or Zoom. I like to do it I like to just look at a person's eyes and I know right away if I'm wasting my time or not. So when I get back, I'm going to talk to them, and they're pretty cool. I'm sure they'll work something out, whether it's good enough or not. Really would like to find a way, because the rebate system in Canada is not that good, and I would really like something that if people came over from the States, they could find a way to force them to play into Woodbine and get good not force them, but make it attractive for them to play, and maybe work something out where everybody can come the first time and you don't have to play, and you'll get treated well, but if you do play, you come back next time, hopefully you can get set up a little better. I can't make promises for them, but it would be nice to get at least the food and drink picked up. And I know they got a real good hotel there that they get a real good corporate discount on, so I would not want to shake them down on the phone. I'd rather talk in person and try to get the best thing. And if I don't think it's good, I'm not going to want anyone to come, honestly. I'm not going to shoo anyone away. Anybody that ever wants to come to Canada, to Woodbine, look me up. We can hang up. We can hang out. Just heads up. At least one of the days is going to be in the blaring sun. That's what we got to set up, some TVs outside and with an umbrella for at least one day. I'll go if I have to spend 3 days indoors at the racetrack. I'll go bananas. I can't handle that. I like my spot right at the top of way down the stretch, and I got my lawn chair. Even though Woodbine did open up an owner's area, like right in the middle of the stretch with soft drinks and snacks and beautiful lawn furniture, a great spot, but it gets kind of crowded to bring a group there. But my spot at the top of the stretch, man, perfect. Lawn chair, nobody around me. I even bring my little mini speaker, Bluetooth speaker. I play music. I bring a rollaway luggage so I can bring my own drinks with ice in that, so I don't have to walk to get them.
I think everyone's booking their flights right now.
Yeah, it's the best way. You know what? I don't mind socializing once in a while, with a group and having fun. But to play seriously, the people who sit around me, they don't bother me. If they bother me, they don't last long. I'll call security and have them throw. I had one of my best childhood friends called security on them, and they dragged them away. He wouldn't stop. He just wouldn't stop.
I sat next to Tommy for 3 days, and I just talked to the guy on the other side of me the entire time.
Yeah, but I was in a mood not to play seriously. I wouldn't be sitting in a room like that with all the jibber jabber behind me, around me. When the weather's nice at Keeneland, I get my plastic bag, put my essentials in it, including binoculars, form, whatever, water, and go to the paddock, sit against the wall, and watch the races on they're 100 feet away on the wall of the building on a big screen. Watch them with my mini binoculars. Just sit in that sun. That's why I keep opening my door here, to get a nice warm breeze. I'm always cold. Mike, about teaching beginners, I got some real great ideas about that. They'll come out in the future. You'll see. Wow, the 3 and the 5, neither of them made the lead. Well, here goes the 3. Oh, jeez. was ugly. Yeah, we've talked about Mark Cassie, and he just hits the exacta.
Yeah. I needed it the other way though. I was live to a very nice, very inexpensive pick 4, had the 1-1.
Yeah, I was kind of counting my money on the 7 until I saw Cassie come in with the 5, and then whoever bumped into the 7 or the 7 bumped into someone. Somebody went down bad. I don't know who that was. That was horrible. Oh, the 5 got crumpled at the start too. Got the Valachi crunch. Yeah, can't complain, Pete.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got killed at the start, and he's more of a front runner. It kind of worked out good for him. 3 got a slow start too and rushed up. Who went down? I think it was the 6. I don't see the 6.
Or the 9. Could be 6 or the 9.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the 9. Oh, that's good. He just lifted his head up, the jockey. Oh, man. Fukamoto. Wow.
That was a pickup mount as well.
Yep.
Yeah, he picked that out from another rider.
Yeah, but that's weird because he took over for her in that barn.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know she was still riding, so it might have been just a mistake. I don't know, but he took over for her last year. He was riding all the Tiller's horses. Wow. That was horrible. Oh, boy. Yeah. Our buddy Matt will be talking about this one because the guy who caused it, Matt's not a fan of. Yeah, the 2 caused all of that coming out into a horse where, it looks like he didn't look over his shoulder at all. That was brutal.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that was Crawford.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was sitting on the rail and he shifted out. The horse was beside him the whole way. Blinkers on, I guess. Naturally, he hit my 2 horses, the 2 and the 7. Not that they were going to come in, but I hate that.
Well, Brad Cox at even money runs 4th. It's something we talked about earlier on today about these guys that don't have barns up here, and they're not actually training a horse. They're not seeing a horse on a daily basis. Something to keep an eye on. Also, the idea of I think the 5 was actually a 3-year-old.
Yeah. It's not only that. The horse rushed up into a 21-2 opening quarter, right?
Yeah. Husbands definitely gave his horse a better ride.
Well, he got lucky. Yeah. He got lucky getting hit out of the gate. It worked out good for him.
Right.
And I've seen Patrick with horses that tend to go to the front. I can't remember the horse, but he kicked the gate. Mm-hmm. He kicked the side of the starting gate to get all last, and he swooped the field. And then I think he got warned about doing that. But I don't know why you would bug a jockey who just won a race. It was genius.
Yep.
But it would look bad if he didn't win. I get that part. Yeah, Dasuki was down there for a while, right? But sometimes they just go into shock and they cover themselves up, and they hear horses in front of them. They don't know if they're behind them, but he seemed to stand up after a while. It was bad for him. He was just lying there, but the good sign was he had his hands over his head, which is what they're taught to do.
Right.
If he was lying there without his hands on his head, I'd be worried. I hope the horse is okay too. Man, I hate that. I remember once with a group of friends, a horse was running and a horse got loose at Woodbine and caused mayhem. Ran into horses. The guys would go to pull them up, almost fell off. And there was these two guys. They had to be drunk, laughing, and thought it was great. And I don't think they noticed there was a certain Toronto Maple Leaf hockey player in our group by the name of Ty Domi, right? Ty Domi walked over to them, and like Ty could smile and he scares you. I don't know if you know him, right?
Yeah.
And Ty said, "You find anything funny?" And they started to literally shake.
Right.
And rightfully so, man. Like, not a laughing matter. Josh, you know who Ty Domi is?
Yep, scary enforcer from the Leafs.
Well, no, Leafs, Rangers, Winnipeg. Actually, a pretty good hockey player for what he did.
Didn't he have wasn't his kid in the league?
His kid is in the league.
Is still in the league? Okay.
Yeah.
He's a pretty decent player, isn't he?
Yep. Max Domi. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, dealing with like Bobby Clark, dealing with diabetes and playing that sport, and tough little kid who can really play.
Well, I bet Fukumoto next race, so hopefully he's okay.
Your horse is basically halved here, Tommy.
Sorry?
I said your horse is basically halved here.
Yeah.
Right, Keelan?
The ride of a lifetime at 6-1 right now.
Yeah, I figured that much. When I started doing race day Las Vegas, right? And like I said at the start, I went 0 for like 3 weeks. And I call in to do the show, and off the air, that guy goes, "Tommy, I've never seen anything like you in my life." And I go, "What's that?" I go, "I haven't had a winner." He goes, "I know, but every horse you give out gets pounded." He goes, "Yeah, I'm aware of it, but with the computer betters, I don't think it matters anymore."
Who did you like here, Pete?
At Keeneland or Woodbine?
Keeneland.
Keeneland, I like the same horse Tommy liked. The 6 obviously is very logical, but my tickets are structured where I need to get. This is just kind of the way I play. I need to get the 7 or the 8, 3rd or 4th. And those were 2 horses I pointed out earlier. That were local trainers that have had a win at Keeneland. 1 for 1 at Keeneland. So I need to get, if I get the 7 or the 8 on the board, I should do decently here.
Sylvain's asking Tommy if you could explain what a computer better is.
It's these groups. Here, I'll give them something to Google. I just tweeted it, right? There's something to read. It's from the Racing Think Tank. Now, if I can get that. If you Google Elite Turf Club horse racing, you'll find a lot of stories about them and how they're impacting this game. They are supposedly 67% of the pool at Gulfstream, 70 at Santa Anita, and a few days ago, you see what they did at Keeneland. They made an even money shot 2-5 in the last as the gate was opening.
Wow.
If you read, there's a lot of articles there, Sylvain. Just Google what I told you, and you'll see the effect they have on the game, and you can decide for yourself.
You're in trouble, Tommy. Sheldon is touting this 3 in a private chat I'm in.
Good. That stuff doesn't bother me. I got my quirky superstitions. Other people betting them are, I don't believe in mushes and that stuff.
Ed saying that Pat Cummings is tweeting more than half the money at Keeneland coming in after the race starts. That is CAW's killing our sport.
Well, that's 50%. Gulfstream is 67, Santa Anita 70, and he's absolutely right. If you guys aren't reading Pat Cummings' Thoroughbred Idea Foundation letters, you're missing a lot about this game. I lose a bet on that coffee and donut to my buddy Doug McPherson. Like, unbelievable. My horse had 25,114. His horse had 25,206. Now, I'm not going to make an $80 or $90 bet to get a coffee or a muffin, that's for sure. In the place pool, I had him by a lot more, and my horse did beat his horse, so he won't collect anyway. He's scared to talk to me in person. Yeah, Pat is a very smart man, does his homework, spends a lot, that group spends a lot of money to uncover stuff and numbers and facts and figures. And if you're not subscribed to the Thoroughbred Idea Foundation newsletter, you're missing out about this game. Ron Gear King on Twitter. Fukumoto walked off the track after going down in a spill at Woodbine. Forrest Drift was caught shortly after while uninjured. Good news.
Great.
I always go to Ron. He's right there. He's been at that Woodbine every day reporting from before I was shaving. And somehow he looks 10 years younger than me still.
I think it's one of the better betting races today. I think the 6 obviously has us really 2 good races from last year, but a needed last race, low percentage barn. Looks like there's a lot of speed. I feel like there are a lot of them going to be coming here, and they're all prices. The 3, the 1, the 8.
Yeah, the 3 here is my last shot. If I don't win here, I'll still be doing this, but I really almost shut down. I usually suck out when I'm losing and stop playing, which isn't a bad system. Wow, 5-1. Jeez. Yeah, Jimmy Graham. Should I stay or should I go now? What a dolt. What a dolt.
Who's on the far? That the 8?
Yep.
Come on, 8. The 8 to beat the 6.
It's a 10 up the rail, though. He looks like he's going to win.
Oh.
Like, I don't know. Jimmy Graham has a horse that can come off the pace, and on a day like today, they seem to be there's movement, and he goes right to the front.
Mm-hmm.
Finishes right. He'll go back to. I seen him. He'll go back to the jockeys' room, swearing at other jockeys, blaming them.
That was Pratt, by the way.
On the 10?
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong race.
Yeah, how could he be 20-1?
Nope, I was looking at the wrong race. No, that was Juan Cano. Bashiza. Must have been a big number.
21-1.
Yeah. You know, he only got beat 36 lengths his last 3 races, so clearly a use. He fell apart after the first off the claim at Churchill. He wins going away. Then he basically fell apart after that. He was in for the tag today, and he wins. Yeah. 7-year-old against improving 4-year-olds. Yeah, that's a horse that's going to kill. So, yeah, Josh and I talking earlier about expensive tickets. Doesn't matter how much I'm putting into a ticket. I'm not going to have this horse.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'd rather lose with one horse any day of the week.
Yeah, and I like I like the 8 a lot, but even playing the 8 first and second, I would have never had the 10 with him.
Yeah, I just the 8 ran big, but when I see those numbers on synthetic, right, I kind of get turned off. But it was just an improving horse, period.
Yeah, but the 8 had a win at Keeneland.
Yeah.
There's keep an eye on this throughout the meet. There was one, I think it was the 5 horse 2 days ago in the second race, paid 13-1. It was another thing, low profile barn. They either train at a private farm or at the thoroughbred training center, and these are like a lot of these are one horse barns.
Yeah,
but
well,
they have
you
them
know
ready
what?
for
Having
Keeneland.
said that, the Keen, I really believe in winning at Keeneland. If you look at the 10 Eben, he ran in the Lafayette Stakes 7 furlongs, November 2020. Got beat 2 lengths to Sleepy Ice Todd, Edgemount Road, Two Timber.
Yep. Yeah, the horse has backlash. This looked like he was going the wrong way, and then
I couldn't play him in a million years. I'm just trying to figure out how does he win.
Yeah.
Right, and it could be to your people do crazy things to win at Keeneland and Delmar and Saratoga.
Mike Joyce pointing out that it was actually Jose Ortiz on the 3, not Jimmy Graham.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Then I take that back. I just saw Jimmy Graham rode him all the time. I remember him riding him all the time. Yeah, that's Jose Ortiz. Back to at Gulfstream, he rode like a champion, coming off the pace, patient. Now he's back to the second coming of Elvis Trujillo. Or what's the guy? Gary Bogue? Is that a guy from Los Al?
I don't remember. That's great. Cesar Dialba. How about that?
You're okay, Mike, once in a while. Yeah, Jose Ortiz. Talk about a guy that I got. Get me started on him. What he did to Jose D'Angelo's horse at Keeneland last week to let Irad get the lead on a Wesley Ward horse. I was screaming down the lane for the 2 to go by him. And I had nothing involved in the race. Just go by him. I didn't have the 2 over the 7. I just go by him. But Jose D'Angelo, not only a sharp trainer, a great human. I really like him, and he's in back-to-back races now. And the way I'm going, I'm not going to bet him and drinks on him, but I'm going to be cheering for Nicky Can and Headline Hunter. Jose goes down to the paddock at Gulfstream to look at claimers, take pictures of them, keep his notes, and has time for everyone. Talks to everyone. He's just a good person. I have a couple interviews I did with Jose and Safi Joseph. I got them stored later on down the line when I open up the website. Get back to Canada, do a bunch of them, and then start rolling them out. I can really have fun with the guys in Canada. I can be more obnoxious than I was with Jose and Safi.
Linda asking if any Hong Kong stuff will be on the website, Tommy. You're muted. You can answer after the race.
That's one's beat.
Yeah. Another guy cheer for CJ. Either of you guys picked up any track biases at Woodbine today?
No, I thought it was pretty fair. Also considering, 5 furlongs, there were some horses that won from off the pace. So I thought the surface was fair.
Can I drink an alcoholic beverage on air?
Under this platform, yes, you can.
I already did.
Okay, then.
The crazy race.
I can tell Tommy's never watched our Thursday night streams where we proceed to just pour bourbon and cap races.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to make sure. I asked a question. Nobody said no. Scott, they also moved the will pace, so it's the same thing. Yeah, I can predict the late money. Just go on Odds Checker. You can go on Odds Checker. You can go on Betfair, and you can get a good idea what they're going to close at. They're synthetic odds. What they're doing is, so they have a horse that should be at 5-1, and they see it at 7-1 going in the gate. They're going to knock it down to 5-1 or lower. Meanwhile, on Betfair, they've booked the same horse at 4-1 or 5-1, and they just roll in the rebates even if they break even. It's like they got a license to print or steal money, and that's the bottom line. It's like betting football. So the Jets are -3. They're playing the Hamilton Tiger Cats. That's why they're -3. So if you don't have to pay the juice, the 10%, all you have, if you can get a 10% rebate, all you have to do is bet 100,000 on the Jets, 100,000 on the other team. And every once in a while, you'll land in the middle and scoop, and you can't lose. That's basically what they're doing. Linda, one of the first things we're going to do is probably just when we cover Hong Kong is just spend like an hour and just go through the website, because the website's pretty, it's got everything everywhere, and you have to know where to find things, and going over that is definitely the first step in playing Hong Kong, is figuring out their website and all the info they provide. Excuse me for digesting that rock hard sandwich. The only good thing about that sandwich was the delivery driver made my cat disappear. Or else I have to be answering to her for the whole stream. So Pete, when Santa Anita finish up? Where do they go and when?
There's I think there's a slight break, but they're running until I want to say June this year. So yeah, there's still a lot. 2 more months of racing, and then they'll do I think 10-day meet at Los Al, and then they go to Del Mar. They're really struggling with field sizes though in the dirt races. It's been very bad there. I've got a claimer who was on the shelf, had some knee chips removed, and he was a 20 claimer at the time, and now with his rest and healthy, and the fact that this population's so thin, we're probably going to run him for double. They'd probably be competitive. The turf fields are okay. They're getting decent sized turf fields, but the dirt fields are 5-6 horses.
This is from Patrick Cummings of the Thoroughbred Idea Foundation. Race 6, Keeneland. After the first 3 loaded, it was 32 seconds to the start. The exacta pool jumped from 186,000 to 380,000. More money came into the exacta pool in those 32 seconds that was in it previously.
That's losing money too, because they weren't betting Eben.
And their bet to try went from 99,000 to 109 to 197. Super 43 to 49. It's just insanity. They're the whole pool.
Mike's got a question here for you about Woodbine. How they're all short sprints. Horseshoe, Indiana, aka Indiana Downs. Nothing longer than 5.5 furlongs. Is this normal for tracks opening in April?
Well, it is for Woodbine. If you go back in the history of Woodbine, our meets end in the middle of December and they start in the middle of April. And a majority of the horses are Ontario sired, Ontario bred, and they stay home. They don't go winter race anywhere because the program for Ontario sired and Ontario bred horse, the money is so much better. An Ontario sired horse here will be competitive in a $129,000 purse, where he'll go to Gulfstream in a $40,000 purse and doesn't belong and probably on the wrong surface. So it's been history here. They used to be all 4.5 furlongs going back in the day. And they start at 4.5, and then maybe on the second week or second day, they throw in 1 7-furlong race, and then slowly it stretches out, and then we start racing on the turf at the end of May or June. It's all weather-wise, how the weather goes. But yeah, that's the way we do it here. Put it this way: if half the races today were 7 furlongs and a mile on the 16th, all the shippers would win those races. It's just too hard to get it ready on the track. And I'll take a look at next week. Tomorrow, 5, 5, 5.5, 5.5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And then I'll pull up the condition book. So next Saturday, there's 3 5.5s, a 6, another 6, another 6, a 7, a 5.5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 5.5, 6.5, and 5. So that now they're just moving in 1 week, basically. In the third race day, they're already at the 6, 6.5. Sunday, 5.5, 6, 6, 7, 5.5, 6, 6, 6, 6. 5.5, 5.5, 6.5, 5. And which of those races go or not, who knows? Following week, Saturday, we're only 2 days till the end of this month, I think. The following week, it's 6, 5, 7, 4.5, 6.5, 7, 7, 5, 7, another 7, 7, 6.5, and there's 1 mile on the 16th, April 30th. And I'm sure there'll be the same card the next day just for the other sex. Yeah, mile on the 16th for the Colts, on Sunday for the Phillies. And that's it for this condition book. It's 3 weeks, 6 days. I answer it, Mike?
Looks like all the early money coming in on Campanelli here, 9 to 5.
Yeah, the land of Wesley. I get it. The race looks like it sets up for him. I'd rather, if you're going to look for a closer, I like the one Pete mentioned, the 2-horse.
I'm 210 here. I think the 10's got a shot too.
I don't know, tomorrow Woodbine, the 3rd race. Heard whispers about Warp Ride, who's second choice, 5 to 2, that this horse has really been working good. Third race is a real nice race. Some of the best sprinters on the grounds are out already. You're looking for a new champ with Pink Lloyd in retirement. Yeah, it's knowing, Mike, it's knowing where they've been working. It's hard to figure out. They all go to different farms every year and that. You just have to follow at the beginning and see the guys, the same guys seem to start off good or start off slow. Josh, the one thing I got going better than our friend Ed DeRosa is I don't got a 12-year-old girl telling me my ROI is higher today.
I prefer to on our stuff that we do on Thursdays give insight, give ideas, give ways to think about the race, and not necessarily, track return on investment on what we say. It's also tough to do stuff ahead of time. It's a much easier, like just look what happened at Pete this morning. Pete put his tickets in and a couple horses scratch out, and he probably would have played completely different tickets if he would have known. But yeah, it's always I do get a kick out of some, not so much Sarah, but there's some other people who will like post four horses and then talk about.
I don't even want to talk about people that they come out on social media. We just had a 4-star winner and it paid $580, and I'm going like, okay, stop already. Yeah, when I started doing Race Day Las Vegas, a couple of the other guests were, starting with their ROI, and I thought I had to do that, and I called one of them and I said, so, and they go, well, you don't have to do it. We just do it, right? I go, no problem. And then the first show I went on, and I said to Ralph, the host, I said, I don't use ROI. I use the Kelvinator method. He goes, the Kelvinator method? I've never heard of that. I go, yeah, I look in my fridge. I can tell how good I've been doing. Yeah, if you got thin skin or worried about short-term results, this game is not for you. It's a long game. Got to try to make scores, big scores. Only way to overcome the takeout and overcome the computer players.
This 8-5 on the 3 is shocking to me at Keeneland. This is a very, very tough field, full field. And then they have trouble keeping this one on the racetrack.
I kind of agree with you when you were talking about the 3 earlier. Has won some very nice races, but at least in the U.S. has seemed to be just too slow, I think, compared to some of these other horses in this race, which is kind of shocking when you see the races that she's won overseas.
But I mean, the June 18th last year, that was against the boys. That's a really impressive race. She got placed up, and they kept her in grade 1. And who knows? I mean, maybe she had issues and she's healthy, but the works on the page don't scream that she's about to run through her skin. And, maybe she was just a precocious horse and just didn't develop as a 4-year-old. You don't know.
That last race at Gulfstream.
$543,000. Now they're trying an equipment change. There's enough there besides the price. There's enough there for me to tread lightly with this one. And this just the field size, the amount of the pace that's in there. This is a very hard race. I don't want anything under double digits in this race.
No, I agree on that. But to give the 3 a fair shake, that last race, I know it was a while ago, but it was in a driving storm. Didn't really get out good. So, horse actually ran okay. And, with Wesley Ward, the longer the layoff, to me, the better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd stay away. The 2 and the 3 look similar to me, and you're getting 7-5 because of Wesley Ward and 16-1 because of those connections.
Right.
And whereas the 2 is just getting better and better, and Wesley's horse seemed to have tapered off. But
yeah,
this guy just beats me so many times, and Who's
get
the
a
other
nice number
Wesley
on
Ward?
You get a nice number on Headline Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm betting a 10. I like the 2 and a 10, but I'm getting 38 to 1 on the 10 and 14 to 1 on the 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet a couple hundred on Jose's horse. The 9. I can't go 0 for the day. Sure, I can. I go 0 for weeks sometimes. So I'm gonna take a small box, 2 and 9. Pete, Santa Anita's coming up to race 3. You like anything there today? I made the right move and bet the 9 instead of the 2, because if I bet the 2, I would have probably smashed my computer. Looked like a winner every step of the way. And here's Wesley Ward in the 12th path. Who are these two guys feeling each other up? Oh, JR and Irad. Oh, that was all. I let you win this one. You let me win yesterday. I'm just kidding.
I mean, that was just impressive, winning by that much in the sprint like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and 2 was getting a gut trip, got out and made a full run, looked good, and this horse just, Pete, Santa Anita.
Pete, you're muted. FYI.
Okay, Santa Anita. Race
They're in
5, I
race
like.
3 so far.
Okay, if you want to play out of that, there's the 4th race should have a single. The 4, he's going to be really short though. Race 5, I like the 8 a lot. Visually was very good last time out, breaking the maiden, and I think
Okay, sorry,
he's
race
going to.
4. Race 4 was who?
Race 4, I have the 4 single. He's going to be short.
Okay.
Race 5. I had a positive note on the 8 last time out. Visually looked very good. He's 6-1 morning line. And then the California Clocker said the 1's working really well. So 5th race, I'm 1-8. 6th race, I'm wide open. I'm going to go with a first-time starter by Ruben Alvarado. He's the guy that took over for Peter Miller. So 6th race, I'm playing the 6 at 6-1 morning line.
Hold on, you
The
missed me.
7th.
Hold on. Race 6.
Yeah, 6. I'm playing not nothing clever. I'm just playing the 6 single based on the connections. It's a wide open race.
Not in race 6.
I don't like
You're
any.
not.
I don't like any of the ones that have run. So I want a firster. So I'm
So
I'm
you're
playing
talking
the
about
6.
race 7 now. I don't know.
Race 6.
I'm in the wrong day. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, you're right. Paleo's Princess. You're right. Right there. Yep.
No, I was in the wrong day. Trust me. Okay, we'll get back to it in a bit. Woodbine's about to go in the gate.
Okay.
My ruler has awoken. Back in the dark, sorry, but my cat has awoken and she's in charge. I had nothing in this last race anyway, so
I played the 1 to win.
yeah, I kind of got bet down. Yeah, working that 46 works
Wasn't
throws me off.
wasn't sure the jockey, but
No, he's all right.
I think it's a woman.
No, Omar Moreno. Been around
The
for a
1,
while.
I think it's Isabel something. I think there was this jockey switch.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I don't like
Isabel
that jockey change. Whoop.
That's a hell of a ride in the one. Like it's-
Yeah, well, she bounced off the rail 3 times already, I think.
Oh my goodness. And maybe it
Yeah,
didn't
it
matter,
just
but
goes to show a
wow.
horse that finished the year in a 7,000 claimer,
Yeah.
started the year in 40 claimers, and that's kind of the way you have to handicap backwards. But I couldn't take that price on this horse in a million years. Like, I had it
Yeah.
circled down to 178, but still a ridiculous price.
Okay. All right. You ready to go to these Santa Anita?
Yeah, you talk it through. I'm gonna bring the cat out and have a smoke, or else I'm gonna get mangled.
Okay. All right. What are they at now?
Race 3.
Tommy has a couple more of those Trulies. He'll really be mangled.
Okay.
1 drink maximum for me. That's it.
I'll give you my used horses and I'll highlight some. So race 3, I'm 157. Race 4, the 4 looked to me like a single. Race 5, I like the 8 a lot visually off the last win, and then the California Clockers have the 1 working very well. Some 1-8 in there. Race number 6, I don't like the ones that have run so far. I want to take 2 new faces, so I'm mostly keying the 6 and also using the 10. Race 7, I'm 156. The 6's last race was incredible. Just overcame a difficult trip and ran off like a really good runner. So I'm going to play some win money on the 6, but I'm 156 in the multi-race tickets. Race 8, I didn't have much of a feel for. I used 5 horses, 1, 2, 7, 8, 10. Race 9. Visually, I loved the win last time by the 4 Hong Kong Harry. Originally had Hong Kong Harry singled 2-1 morning line. The California Clockers actually had the 3 out working the 4, although that was on dirt, so it may not mean anything. So I'm primarily 4 and using 3, 6 as backups. And race 10 on narrow tickets, I'm singling the 10. And on deeper tickets, I'm adding the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think the 5's good value. It's a Moss Sheriff's horse who was expensive first out. But the 10's allegedly working very well. And it's got speed and good ride. And that's pretty much Santa. I don't see a ton of value today. Maybe the 6 in the 6th race is a firster. Maybe he might tick up to double digits. He's 6-1 morning line, but the race looks wide open.
You like playing that golden hour bet?
I do. The only problem today is, I do like the 4 in race 8, race 9, and he's morning line 2-1. Not a lot of value there, and I like the 10, who's morning line 5-2. So if I'm right on Santa, the Santa races will chalk. I haven't looked at the Gulfstream races yet, but the Golden Hour is a good bet. It's a lower takeout. It's a dollar base bet. Those prices tend to be inflated, and you can occasionally catch some prices. I've had days where I got small prices at Santa, and then prices came in at Golden Gate, but I haven't looked at Golden Gate yet today, so I can't give you an opinion at this moment. But I think a good value play is definitely race 5, number 8, War at Sea. I think War at Sea will, because the Buyer's a little light, will tick up, but he did it very, very easily last time. Has good tactical speed to put him in position, and I think that's a good horse that could win first against winners.
Unfortunately, I only capped Keeneland, so I haven't really looked at anything else.
Yeah, this next race at Keeneland's, it's got some potential value.
Who did you like here coming up in the Lexington?
The two look like low in speed to me. Facing good competition, so I thought the two made sense. But behind him, I think it's a crapshoot. There's a lot of them look the same to me. They're 80 by high 70, 80 buyer horses. All of had either bad trips here or there, or they're later developing. I just don't see a big out. I think the 9 makes some sense, but the 10 could turn it around. The 5 could turn it around. I think it's a good betting race. I'm going to probably P to 2 first and second. Use the 5, 9, 10 underneath, and then throw some more prices in the third spot.
All right, they're loading in the gate here at Santa Anita. Pete, who did you like again? Race 3?
I used the 2's getting bet, but my pick 5. I used 157. So I'm against the favorites here.
All right, let's beat some chalk here. Jock on the 1's got a real tight hold on his horse. The 2's going to need to be much the best to win here, and I don't think... Oh, there's your 1.
All right, still alive.
Nice pick, Pete.
Good job, Pete.
I wonder if people don't bet Payeras horses because they don't know him very well. If they don't watch Losel at all, but he's the best rider out there that rides those mixed breed races. You know, the 1,000-yard races or the four furlong races. I mean, he knows how to ride.
Yeah. You know, you got a trainer who's 5%, claiming off of John Sadler. And his trainer has okay numbers, but he's 0 for 14. Turf trainer. So, you know, this horse is 5-1, but I think in pick 5 is probably get a little bit more value. So, but I'm live. But I need the single next race, the 4. He's probably going to be very short. Tommy, did you bet Lucas in the Keeneland race?
No, I'm done, man. I get my ass kicked. I go into a shell. Tomorrow's another day.
Okay.
Probably cheering against him because I'll probably end up betting him in the Derby.
See, that's the part that Tommy's got to teach me, the going into the shell part.
Yeah, I'll go weeks. You know, if I'm not seeing the ball, not doing well, that's not the case now. Woodbine's impossible. Opening week, it's hard. You know, I usually don't call or ask anyone anything, but what else are you gonna do? So, yeah, I don't like losing. Like, I have a budget. I have a budget at about 4,000 a week. I can lose. I usually stop right at there, and then if I'm winning, I can bet 4,000 a race. So I think that's my money management tip. Limit your loss. You know, when you're going bad, stop. When you're going good, start firing. You know, you see, everyone knows about people chasing when they're down. The worst thing is when someone says, "Oh, I made a nice hit. I'm going home." That I don't get. That's when you should be firing.
So, Tommy, here's a good lesson here. So what I do is I use the formulator PPs. And so I'll write, there's a database in the formulator. You can keep race notes. And then they populate into the platform. So now, granted, this horse was with John Sadler, a little different, but back on February 18th, the one horse from Santa Anita chased a wire-to-wire winner. Nothing else made up ground. So had a legitimate excuse there. And then last time was the fall-apart race, and this horse was pressed the pace only a half a length off the lead. So the horses against the flow 2 races in a row and staying at the same level, which made him competitive at that level. If Sadler didn't lose this horse, she's probably 2-1. But because of the trainer switch, you're getting 5-1. You end up getting 1260, which is good.
You just reminded me of something real funny, Pete. I got a buddy he uses formulator as well, and he keeps notes. Right, my friend Jay Davis. The other day, he sends this note. He sends a screenshot of this note, and it says, "What a fucking debut! I don't know. Maybe I'm buzzed, but wow."
Yeah, that's great. That's a bet back for me.
One too many walking pops that day. But we all got a laugh out of it. You ever been to Kentucky Downs, Pete?
No, I have not. I definitely want to get there.
What about you, Tommy?
No reason to go there. I don't think I'd enjoy it.
Sorry, sorry to cut
I
you off,
bet
Pete.
there. I bet there, but I haven't been.
We went last year, and the guy who provided the note, Jay, he hit. It was like the late pick 4, I think, for a couple $1,000s. But we were in like this outdoor area. It was half covered, right? And this poor teller is sitting there counting the money out as slow as possible. And after she gets through, like, every time she gets through like $1,000, here comes the wind, blows the money away.
Oh wow.
She had to have counted the money like 4 or 5 times, and it's like it's funny because it's a group of us. Like we're all just pumped for him, and just every time she starts counting out that money, here comes the wind, blows it away. But it's crazy the kind of act like we were sitting in the reserved area, so we weren't in the general. We were like we had a table, and just like the amount of access. I mean, like you're just sitting there, and all the trainers are walking back and forth. Sisterson, Asmussen, they're walking. We got a picture with Rispoli because when he was done with his mounts, he walked past us. So it's a
That
cool
sounds like a
experience for
fun
that.
place.
Yeah.
I've had trouble winning there. When you win, you cash, but big fields and the layout of the track is very different. You got to be very fit. But if you connect very big there.
Yeah, I can't bet a track where I don't know how many turns it is or where the finish is or where the stretch is. Just annoying.
Yeah.
They should superimpose the feet to the wire like they do in some European places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
They do
true.
have that.
And that stretch run on that stretch run camera angle, you never really know when the thing's ending.
That's what I was gonna say. They got that Turfway camera.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever watch Turfway, they got that like that camera is so low, like you're watching and you're like you can't tell if the outside horse is, 2 lengths ahead or 2 lengths behind.
Yeah.
A lot of support coming in for this 8 horse. I know one of my friends really, kind of looked at this horse. What was it? Strava for Dallas Stewart coming off, broke its maiden here at Keeneland and hasn't really shown much. I don't think. The buyer's improved, but looking at a horse that's got some speed.
It looks like so he was 825,000, so they're definitely high on him. He wins here on debut. Dallas Stewart's not necessarily known for winning first out, so they must have been happy there. Freshened for the winner. It just looks like they're trying to get this horse quickly into the mix, but the talent's probably there. Also, note last time he was at a 10 post, so broke through the gate. So there was definitely some issues there, but Gaffalione liked him enough to stay. Well, yeah, he's got a shot. I don't know. Maybe, and even if he maybe hits the board or even runs fourth, maybe they point him towards the Preakness.
Yeah, it looks like that fairgrounds race. He also stumbled at the start. I didn't watch the replay, so I don't know how bad it was, but
Yeah.
But at least on the board, looks to be pretty live. 8-1 from a 20-1 morning line, I think.
Yeah. Maybe this one ends up more forwardly placed with the blinkers on. The race doesn't look like there's a lot of pace. Yeah, I overlooked this horse. The winner last time came back and won the Arkansas Derby. So he might be okay. I'm going to throw a little bit of backup win money on him, just in case. But he would kill a lot of tickets for me. guess the only thing that's question mark is the debut in January off the layoff wasn't bad. Stumbled. I'm surprised they didn't at least try to get him into one of the stakes at Fairgrounds.
You like this 10 a little bit too, right? The McPeak
Yeah, I
horse.
thought the 10. I thought the 10 was. I thought the 10 had an excuse last time with the wide post. Picked up some ground. What rider improvement. Started his career with 2 wins. One of them was in the stakes race. So I think the 10 could get a piece. But if the 8 doesn't show more speed with the blinkers and or the 7, I just the 2 just may get a very, very, very easy lead. And he's got talent enough to just run away. So I'm mostly on the 2, even though he's short. I'm not a guy that you normally bets low price horses. Now, if the 7 and the 8 do show more speed, and or the 9, then it makes sense to me that the 11 would pick up the pieces.
I don't think there's going to be anybody in a rush to get to the lead, really.
Yeah, but these 16-pole finish races, it's hard to close it at this distance.
Yeah, I know,
And
but
it's
they've
sort
been
of-
closing today.
Yeah, a lot of those were sprint races.
No, but Flavio and Pratt won with that horse in the middle of the track, made up 8 lengths like a
Yeah.
rocket.
I know, but they were really cooking.
Yeah.
But you never know. Yeah, I think the track's playing very fair. It's just a matter of the finish line.
Until I see somebody win on the lead, I can't say that.
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna take a little stab on this 3. I just kind of pulled up the his last race fits here. Looks like it might just be a freak effort if you look at the rest of his races. But he did come from just off the pace at Fairgrounds, which is usually a plus in my book because Fairgrounds tends to play
Yep.
very speed favoring. You're getting a square price. You're getting 19-1. So
It's a good number. You're getting the right rider.
You're getting a trainer that's all his horses have been running good.
Yeah, you can't. That's very good value.
You can add a win 2 days ago and a firster in the last yesterday that was, got in a lot of trouble, is probably the best. Eddie's horses have been firing good this meet so far.
yeah, I'm gonna fire a double into Regal Glory because I think Regal Glory's gonna be tough to beat here. All right, loading in the gates for the last gasp. See if any of these horses make it into the gate. It's the Derby. Although I did see earlier there were a couple of defections, I think. So I think basically Tawny Port doesn't need any more points, and someone else I think doesn't need them. Someone else got kind of assured a spot now.
Two didn't even make the lead.
Nope.
He's under a drive already.
23 and 4, and you got 3 horses fighting for the lead already.
Yeah, those are the 2 horses that added blinkers. And the 10's a deep closer, and look how close he is. It's interesting.
I don't know if he's going to get out of the jackpot, but Ethereal Road looks loaded. Wow, what a goofy horse.
All right. Brad Cox.
9-7 was that Tawny Port.
Yeah. What
Yep.
was the in due
Overlay.
time? How many
Overlay
points
from 5
did
to 2.
how many points did In Due Time have going into this race?
I don't think any. I think In Due Time needed to win.
No,
Well,
I
he
think
had some
got
Fountain of
he
Youth
got a
points,
second,
but I
didn't
don't-
he? In the
Oh,
second
he
at
did.
Fountain
Second
of
at Fountain of Youth.
I think that was 25 points.
I can tell you right now.
I'm looking it up too.
In Due Time had 20 points.
Yeah, and gets what, 10 today or not even? What are the points for today? Well, Tawny Port
8
yeah,
points
Tawny
for
Port-
second.
Tawny Port had 40.
Yep, it was 28, 4, and 2.
So 28 points gets you to 23. And with Uno Ojo might skip it. Summer is tomorrow, who knows? Isn't Classic Causeway out of it?
Yeah, he's out of it.
Okay, so then this is what I'm looking at isn't updated.
Yeah, I'm looking on the Kentucky Derby website. I don't see Classic Causeway, so 28 points would put him in 21st, no 22nd.
Yeah, it's probably going to be enough to get in if they want to.
Yeah, because Slow Down Andy is not going to be running. Slow Down Andy came down with a fever, so That'll technically put him in 21st. Happy Jack is in. So.
Uno Ojo's 50-50, right? Yeah, Tawny Port was already in.
This Tawny Port really is interesting. Only got 3 weeks, but this is an interesting prospect. The pedigree is nice, and he's a rapidly improving colt.
I mean, I don't want to handicap the Derby until I see what Summer is tomorrow, if he's in the race or not.
Yeah.
What a rocket ship this horse is. And that last race, that Japanese horse beat him easy, but he was smashing down on his front legs, and he wasn't quitting, man. He was so tired. You could see he was hurting, like he was so tired, and he just kept digging in. And sometimes it happens, first time a sprinter going long, they run their best race, but if he improves, who knows? Probably a moot point, probably not even coming. Thanks, Mike.
It's one of those days I have so much action I don't even know what I need to watch.
And to me, it's at the time of the day where I'm going to sit in a chair instead of laying on the sofa or laying on the lazy boy.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is I bet everything this morning, so I don't actually have to think anymore. Now it's just root.
I know, Pete. I've seen you on I play the horse tourney stuff, pretty regularly, and I see you on leaderboards all the time. How do you feel about that format?
I know Tommy hates it. I know Tommy hates the NHC.
Hate is a strong word, but detest.
It doesn't like the value. But I could tell you one thing. I made the NHC in not this past year, but the year before. I made it off an $18 feeder. And I didn't run well when I went there, but it was still a good experience. And off an $18 feeder to get a vacation and go play horses, it was worth it. This past year, I think I probably spent a few hundred. But what ended up happening was I ran third in a tournament called the Big One, and I got $16,000 from the Big One, and I got my choice of either BC or NHC, which most people told me BC was a better decision, but I wanted to go to the NHC again for the experience. So I got into the NHC twice of very little investment. Now, if you're having to really play in week out and put the money up or buy into these bigger tournaments, the value's not there. And you can go, listen, I'm usually a decent player. I've cashed some big tickets. I'm not super duper consistent, but I'm reasonably consistent. But I swung and missed both times at the NHC, ran mid-pack both years. So, it's hard. The NHC is hard to make money at. You got to come top 10% to get, I think, 10 grand. And then to get anything really big, you got to come in the top 10 out of almost 700 entries. But for me, the tournaments are really, it's more like a shoot around for basketball players. I feel like the more tournaments I play, the sharper I get. And especially when I combine that with the way I've changed my multi-race plays, like playing with Tommy, where you're really trying to force yourself to pick singles or at least press tickets with singles. When you're playing that tournament format and you can only pick a horse, and you're a guy who normally is 3 deep, 4 deep, 5 deep, I think it makes your overall game better. So I'm not on there constantly like a lot of people, but I normally try to play a feeder for the big bucks tournament on Saturdays because it's $1,100 buy-in, but if you can win the feeder for $135, then you get a free $1,100 entry, and that thing's usually paying between $10,000 and $15,000 on a Saturday, and normally there's only about 20 guys in it, 30 guys in it, so it's not impossible. And then what I'll play this week, there's a live money tournament at Keeneland next Saturday for 3,500. So I'll try to qualify into that one. But I like to do the early bird, and so you really need to not win twice, but you got to qualify twice to get in. So I'll do the early birds that are like $30, $40, play into the next round, and if you run well in the next round, you'll find yourself getting some good entries. But I've had some tournament success, but for me, it's more about just keeping sharp overall. I like having to force yourself to pick one horse. I think it pays dividends.
But the backside to that, the flip side to that is it makes you a horrible gambler. It really makes you create bad habits playing the NHC, playing that style.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's not the way.
You're not gambling at all. There is no gambling skill.
No, yeah, well, but I'm gambling simultaneously. I'm not just playing a tournament, And most of my, I mostly play pick fives. That's my primary bet. But if you're looking, if you're a win place better or just a win better, you're forcing yourself to find a value play in the tournament race. I wouldn't say it hurts, but I think it helps me a little bit. But you don't want to chase. Like the worst thing you could do is spend $20,000 chasing a BC entry that you can just buy for $10,000 or go partners with someone. I play them very low risk, high return, where I don't have a lot of capital outlay, and I hope I'm hot and I get myself a good entry into something. And if I'm not, no big deal. But yeah, I don't mind it. But you have to be in the mood. Like you sit there, you got 12 races in a tournament. The first race is some maiden eight at Tampa, and there's a 30-1 shot you don't have, and you just sit there the whole day and you can't recover from that. So that's the only thing that's frustrating for me about the tournaments. I don't always like the races they pick, and those early bird races, normally it's really, really bad cheap races, and it's hard to really find angles. A lot of times it's just a matter of getting a little bit lucky. If you're playing on there, Josh, I would look for. They'll probably start qualifiers now. I don't think the tournament's till August or September, but the big one, that tournament's good because it's limited to 57 guys, and I think the top 10 get money plus an entry of their choice, so you don't have to beat like 300-400 people. And last year I played that one, and I was up and down, but I ran third, and I got 16,000 for third. And I think the guy that won, got 60 or 80. And, beating 57 guys isn't really that hard in the grand scheme of things when you have these tournaments that have 400, 500, 600 people.
Anyone follow Chantel Sutherland on Twitter?
I knew you already saw it.
No, somebody texted me something. I can't find her. I don't follow her.
Oh.
What's her Twitter handle? No, I found it. It's okay.
You got it? Okay. I was looking at my phone.
I need to get the single home four at Santa Anita.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. That's things between her boyfriend and him. She's crazy for real.
Six looks like he's going right by the four.
I don't know though. Jock can't get the six's head straight.
Yeah,
So
it's good. Keep him sideways. Okay.
yeah, he had no control over the horse. Wow.
All right, we'll take
Yeah,
that.
I think he had total control.
Mm.
That's
Too much
brutal.
control.
That's brutal. Jackpot Kim will be tweeting. Yeah, that's petty garbage by Chantel, if you ask me. Sticking up for her man, George Delgado. Ay, ay, ay. What a great thing Twitter is, eh? Yeah, that six horse was riding funny around the turn. Looks like he was standing up like he was gonna go by at any time. That was weird.
Yeah.
You know, that's a sickening beat if you had the six.
All right, so I need 1-8 in the payoff leg at Santa.
I'm still here, boys. I'm just on the lazy boy chair right beside.
Okay.
I just realized that I was muted. I was laughing the whole time, and I'm like, of course, now we get the best picture we've had the whole day. All you need to do is being a lazy boy. You look, it's the clearest you've looked all day.
Yeah. Also, the sun is over it's not shining in the back window. The cat's still breaking the balls. I can't believe that the cats are stubborn, but this thing, gee. If this cat was a child, right, and I was a parent who did the timeouts, this is the type of thing that would do something bad and go sit on the timeout chair immediately. Because there's no matter what I do to try to stop her from her habits, no, nothing works. I'm just going to cheer for Cheryl Spite, and that's it.
Okay.
Where are you looking at, Pete?
Oh, come on. Hey, this 3, get up. Get up, 3! Oh, wow. All right. Oh, sorry. I'm live in
I wish I would have known where you were at. I would have put it on.
Aqueduct. I'm live in a cross-country 5 on 2 tickets. And I'm 4 deep at Aqueduct, and 2 of my horses break through the gate. And they come back, so I'm like, oh, this is great. Normally those horses don't run. And the 2 was running on with the 12, and then it looked like anyone was going to pass them. And then the 3 got steadied in twice. I had 3, 4, 7, 11, and then finally the 3 got through and got up. So I've got 2 live pick cross country pick 5s going. And the early part was a little chalky, but then you got 5-1 and 9-2, so it's got some potential. And I have a little bit of coverage in the last leg.
Is the last leg
the last time I seen
the last leg
like
is
that,
the last leg is the last race at Keeneland. I'll sit. Let me show you. I'll post my tickets.
Hey Pete, the last time I seen clapping like that, it was rewarded with 2 or 3 herrings.
That's my signature move. You ask the guys I play with regularly. I'll be very quiet until I need to get something up. I just start. I aggressively clap. But
Yeah, I'm
anyway.
usually delayed on a big score. Only the final leg.
Yeah, if you say the problem was, I'm 4 deep and I got what I thought was 4 logicals, and when 2 of them break through the gate, you're like, oh shit, I just basically lost 2 horses. All right, let me show you. Let me send you my photos. I got a core ticket and I got a press ticket. Yeah, my phone's blowing up. This is great.
Yeah, it must be all the fish and wildlife wardens. I was on a different feed and I was getting that clapping sound in line with the video. I'm like, what the heck is that?
Right. Okay.
As soon as I saw him stand up, I knew that something was happening.
You know what? I happened one time 10 years ago when I was married. My ex-father-in-law was a big horse player, and he shows up, and it was the last race of the day at Santa Anita, and I'm sitting there by myself, and I don't say a word, and I'm alive for a pick 6, and one of them's 108,000 will pay, and one of them's 650,000 will pay, and I literally say nothing. I'm just sitting there, and he's like, "Are you live to something?" I go, "I'll tell you when we're done." And my horse, one of them breaks last, one of them breaks second to last. I look pretty much done. And then one comes from the clouds, and he's coming down the lane, and I'm smashing the table, and he gets up to win. It was 108,000, and like he didn't even know I had a bet. It was pretty funny. But sometimes I feel like I need to give a little nudge to get them up. Okay. All right. So here's let me put up the tickets, and then we'll see what the will pays are. I have too many windows open. All right. Share screen. All right. All right. Here you go, guys. All right. So on the top ticket, it's live to 3468. And the bottom ticket's live to the 8 for a second punch.
And that's to the last race at Keeneland. So race 11 at Keeneland.
To the last at Keeneland, and then the will pay should be up. I'll tell you in a second.
Who were the numbers in the last at Keeneland?
Okay, so on the narrow ticket, it's the 8 singled, and on a deep ticket, it's 3468. And the will pays haven't posted yet.
Hold on. What race is? Oh, I'm in the wrong. What race at Keeneland does it end in?
Keeneland 11.
Oh, okay, not the race coming up.
Yeah.
That's where you got me confused.
Dude, everyone I know is on this 8 horse. This 8 horse might go off as favorite in this last race.
Okay,
Keeneland.
so the 8's 825, so that would be twice. So that'd be 1650. The 4's 420, that'd be the worst one. The 3 is 13,398. That's your buddy Safi, Tommy. So Safi wins, it's 13,000. And then the 6 is 26,000. So it's 420, 1650, 13,000, and 26,000. All right. Hey, if I could get the 6 or the 3 home, we might have to live broadcast every Saturday. I'm very super. Oh,
Yeah, I plan to do it once a week when I get back to Canada. If I do it here, I'm definitely going to be doing it from the lazy boy chair. Tomorrow, the last night of racing at Pompano.
You going?
I don't know. See how I feel, see how the weather is. I went to the last night last year. All right.
Yeah, my goal here is to get this one horse to run second or third.
Is that the Sisterson horse?
Yeah, Scarabee. Then we go to Santa Anita for race 5 and the payoff leg of the pick 3 and the pick 5.
I feel dumb betting a 7-5 horse, but I actually think that that's an overlay on this 4 here.
Yeah, she looks like a monster. She
Exactor
really
a
does.
double. Jeez.
Yeah.
I did. I'm doubling into the 8.
I'm just trading for Roger the Dodger. He got left naturally. What a mush I am today.
Well, that's why I got this caption ready.
Never till over loose.
Louis is going to have his elbows ripped off trying to hold this thing. Jose looking for baby brother or big brother.
One can't outfinish this 5. Come on, I'll finish the 5-1. No, who got this?
Sure.
There's a 6.
6.
After that debacle at the start.
I needed you to steady a little bit more.
Sean Smythe, not probably next week, but we are working on a website. And when I get back to Canada May 3rd, we'll do another one that weekend, May 5th, 6th, 7th, whatever day looks like a right day to do it. No, that's a derby, isn't it? The derby is May 6th or 7th, or
May 7th, yep.
is that a Saturday or a Sunday?
Saturday.
Yeah, no, it won't be that week, so probably the following week. Yeah, I want to do it live from Woodbine, and doing it on a day like that, there's going to be a million people making a racket. I won't have my private corner in the Woodbine Club. Sure, spider on bigger, yeah. Wow, what a brutal start. Tell you, this Cheryl Spite's going to show up somewhere one day and just explode the board. Not in Canada, you know, the horse will get overbet.
Yeah, so that was a big race considering this the break for sure.
Well, at least shows it can come off the pace, I guess, if that's the plan.
Yeah. And again, those top 2 are legit grade 1 horses.
100%, yeah.
All right. All right, we got 8 minutes at Santa Anita.
I'm laughing, Pete. I'm like, why is Pete not responding to me? And once again, I was on mute.
Go ahead.
Do you kind of have like your you have a TV mounted above your computers, or are you kind of like sitting in your living room right now?
Yeah. So I've got. So I work there, and this is my bedroom. So the TV's got a swivel. So I've got the RTN package, so you can just go track to track to track, and that's how I normally watch it.
Yeah, I was
I
thinking about.
I like to sit on my desk. It takes some discipline, but I could sit here all day. I like to just have everything laid out and just try to stay focused. But most of my plays I put in early. I try to change. Like today's a good example. Campanelle, the odds would have turned me off, even though I'm using her narrowly in the cross country 5, because this morning she made sense. But sometimes these pick 5 bets, you can't worry too much about the price. If I would have played her in the afternoon saying, 7-5, I would have gotten stubborn and tossed her. And luckily I kept her in, and I'm alive for a decent shot today. So, I think I always think more clearly in the morning before the emotions of the day get involved when you're getting beaten photos or getting bad trips or whatever. So that's just how I normally do things. So this 8 horse is in our database at Santa Anita. So hopefully he runs well.
Shouldn't tell me these things. I might actually try to wager and stop it.
All right.
Good tactical speed and good energy late while not asked much late. Usable in the rise against winners.
Yeah.
Was it Mike Smith last time?
I believe so, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me tell you in 1 second.
Or more importantly, who was it last time?
Yeah, Mike Smith last time.
Because I hate when maidens win impressively and then the jock's somewhere else. It's a real bad sign. And what I mean by somewhere else, on another horse in that race.
Yeah. Understood.
I can get rid of the note on Baldy. And you got a saver on the 1, or you got a ticket on the 1 also?
I have, yeah. So these are. Let me share my screen. And again, these are just, I guess, for people that are still watching us. You don't have to bet that much. And these aren't. I'm not alive to monster payouts here, but these are very small tickets. Let me share my screen. Hang on 1 second. I have too many windows open. Okay, yeah, my screen's shared. Okay, so here you go. So this pick 5 is just a $27 ticket, and I think again, it's not a monster payout, but I think it's maybe 300 or 400 to the 8, less to the 1. Let's tell you in a second. All right, so to the 8, it's $399. To the 1, it's $248. That's the pick 5. Now the pick 3 is a $6 ticket. So this I literally punched this one while we were talking. You can see I bet that at 501 before. So that one to the 8 is around 300. and to the one, it's about a little under 200. So between the two tickets, it's roughly $700 if the 8 wins, and the one is about 4 and change. More importantly, we need your good friend Safi Joseph to run big in a finale at Keeneland.
This owner of Regal Glory, Peter Brandt,
Yeah.
he's just not, your typical. I'm sure he's rich in that, but it just the things I've read about him, he's just some really far out eclectic character.
I think he owns the Polo Grounds in Greenwich, Connecticut. I was there one time, and then his wife is Stephanie Seymour, the old supermodel.
Yep.
He put some of the horses under her name.
He's got a horse named after a famous painter, Basquiat, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had a horse the other day named after a drag queen from some reality TV show.
Nice.
And where I saw him, I was watching a Netflix or something on Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
A series, and he's always talking about his friends, and one of them is Peter, and Peter this, and Peter started buying my stuff. Peter started buying Basquiat. Then they showed a picture of this guy like in his 30s, and I go, holy cow, that looks like Peter Brandt.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I Googled Peter Brandt. I can't remember what he was into, paper or mills or something. And business went bad, and he lost his money, the business, and then he had some paintings worth like 25 million, 40 million.
Amazing.
He jumped the gun on Andy Warhol's art, and this guy Basquiat bought his art, and the guy overdosed, so that became a great investment.
Mm-hmm.
Really, if there was anyone in racing I would like to meet and pick their brain, would be Peter Brandt.
We'll seek him out at maybe at the Belmont Stakes.
He lives I think out here in the west end of South Florida.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that must be his southern home, because I think he's in Greenwich, Connecticut. I had a client who was doing an event at Polo Grounds, and Peter Brandt's name was all over it. So I think I don't know if he used to play polo or still plays polo, but I think he owns the facility that the polo matches are played on in Greenwich. I was just informed by my friend when he was younger, he was the #1 polo player in the world. So
Yeah, I'm just looking at Google. Yep, founder of the Greenwich Polo Club, the Saratoga Polo Association, and the Bridgehampton Polo Club. I guess he barred anyone who was better.
Right.
I'm kidding. I kid Peter Brandt.
All right, let's beat this favorite at Santa Anita.
Set a real on his
Here,
first
close.
fraction there.
I don't like how close the 8 is to this pace. It's feeling like a meltdown pace, although the 1's getting a decent trip.
No, I like those kind of trips when you're 3 or 4 behind one of these runaways. He's not chasing as much as keeping up with the horse on the inside and the one coming.
Right. Yep.
Home and cooled.
There it is.
There you go, baby.
Good job.
Man,
Those are perfect trips. Luis Saez was doing that a lot at Gulfstream. Rushing out with a lone speed horse and then dropping back and getting that 4-length gap and getting first run.
Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know what's happened, but all of a sudden Mike Smith is like riding the turf really well. I mean, I feel like the past couple of weeks he's been getting some nice horses home.
Yeah, 100%. But also, and credit to Tommy watching these replays. Like the 8 is buyers are a little lower than the others, and he's first against winners. And normally that's a bet against angle. Normally, that's only the good horses run first against winners. But one of the things I look at when I'm looking at these replays is how a horse wins. And if you really look at how that 8 won last time out, it just visually he looked like he had a lot more to give. And then you look, and this horse was $525,000. Ron Ellis is hot right now, and it was just it was logical for him to repeat off the win. I got bet down from 6-1, but end up turning a fairly reasonable investment to about roughly an $800 profit. So on an even money in 3-1 the last 2 legs. So watching the videos makes a big difference. Even the horse in that first leg, that 5-1 shot, that was a video play. The horse was against the flow 2 races in a row, and even going to a lesser known trainer and a 0-for-14 turf trainer, at the end of the day, really understanding their tendencies and their trips make a difference. And the only reason I'm cashing these tickets on this small investment because I watch Santa Anita so closely, and that's how you can play with small money and cash some decent tickets because it's really the familiarity with the circuit. Just like Tommy will be sitting at Woodbine for the next 5-6 months, he's just going to see things much more clearly. And that's how I always feel like I have an.
The old saying, a picture paints 1,000 words or something like that.
Yep.
Well, that's what it is. It's just, you can look at the form all you want, but when you actually have a visual form, a live form, which is the replays, and
Yep.
The form 2 horses can look exactly the same on the form, get the same trip, win the same by 2 lengths and the same. And when you look at them, they're night and day. When they look the same or one looks inferior, I always trust my eyes. I'll go back to ages ago, Woodbine. There was one of the guys, he was he was always winning and everybody was around asking him for picks and he was hiding from everyone. And so one day I got to the track early like I normally do, and I'm walking around and I see him and he walks over. There was way back at Woodbine. So if you were at the races live, there'd be a TV that said replays races 1-3. And when the first 3 races were over, they'd show you those replays on a loop.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next TV was races 4 and on. Or 4-7. It was 1-3, 4-7, 2 TVs, and the other TV was yesterday's replays on a loop.
Right.
So if you wanted to get ahead of things at the track after the 3rd race, you could watch those, and after the 7th, you could watch those. But you had to come back the next day to watch the last 2 or 3, or watch them all. And I saw him sitting there with his program and making notes. And back then we didn't have horses on TV really. We didn't have, we didn't have the, PVRs and recorders back then. And I'm watching, doing these notes, and So I'm just sitting far away from him and looking at my form, and I just saw it. He watched 10 races like 5 times. He's there from like 10:30 or 11 almost till post time, and then he walks away. And I go, okay, maybe there's something there. And I started doing, and I was horrible at it because you're just betting horses that get left in the gate in obvious trouble and got slaughtered doing it. And then I just learned from people that sometimes it's not the big things that matter, it's the subtle little things that matter. And basically how I made a living in this game was simple: racing form and replays, and that's about it. And if I didn't have a racing form, I could do it with replays. It'd be a lot more work, but it paints a truer picture than a form does anytime.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pete, I don't know if this is an old one. Sean Smythe asked if you can show us your late pick 4 and 5s at Santa Anita.
Yeah, I don't even know if I put them in yet, but if I didn't, I will put them in shortly. Give me 1 second. That pick 3, it was a $6 pick 3, $36 investment, paid $573.60. So it was about 15 to 1. Late Santa Anita. Okay, I have. I'm gonna send you my. I have pick 6s. I didn't pay 4s or 5s. I have pick 6s, but you can look at the way I structured tickets based off my pick 6 tickets. So I'll post them up in 1 second. My only, if you're playing this today, one thing to think about is the next race, the 6th race, is really, really wide open. I have very low confidence in that. I feel a little bit better with the late pick 4, but if I get knocked out here, I'll come back with a pick 4.
You guys are out there watching replays. Santa Anita race 7. Pete has notes on number 5 Big Buzz and number 6 Liberal.
Yeah, that last race from if Liberal doesn't bounce, you want to watch a replay of a horse that ran against the flow with problems, that had energy, that was incredible. He ran he or she, I don't know, just ran amazing that day. I have very positive notes on Liberal.
And I see you got a double note on race 8, smooth like excuse me, butter.
Yeah, but that horse is very slicey.
I like her. I haven't looked at the PPs, but if there's a lot of speed in there.
Yeah, it's a setup, but I think you'll even find in my note, I'll probably have some positive characteristics and then say this is horse's MO. She always kind of runs that way, but there's a lot of speed. It really sets up well for her there.
Yeah, no, that's what I like. I read your note. No, that's what I like. Those horses that kind of hang, make that big move and hang.
Yep.
Yeah. That's where I like.
But the cutback could help. The cutback will give a little more punch.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, those are my Santa pick 6s, which just started with race 5. So if you want to play a late 5 or late 4, those are the numbers. Like I said, I thought race 6 was difficult. I'm going to let this pick 6 ride. And if I get knocked out in this next leg, I'm going to come back with a pick 4. I have a higher confidence level with the pick 4 than because of race 6. Otherwise, if I felt better about race 6, I would come back and press with a pick 5, but I don't like it enough. Is Safi Joseph at Keeneland, Tommy?
I don't think so. I saw him here yesterday in Florida, so I don't see him going there.
All right. Well, 3468 at Keeneland, and the eights has got one press. And Josh, I think you said you had the eight, right? You had a 4-8 double. He might be muted.
Yeah, I singled the 8 here in a double.
Okay. I'll just leave the Santa ticket up for whoever was asking for it.
So Santa Anita in race number 7. Who are you? What are your preferences?
Santa race 7. I used 5-6 as my primaries, and then I used the 1 on one ticket. So 5-6 and a 1 as a backup. That's in Santa's 7th. Santa's 8th, I'm spread 1, 2, 7, 8, 10. The 9th, I'm single on the 4 on 2 tickets. And then I have a 1, 3, 4, 6. And then the finale, I'm 5, 10. And then I have a deep spread in the middle.
So you're cold on Hong Kong Harry on all tickets?
No, I on the bottom ticket, I took the 1, 3, and 6 against Hong Kong Harry. But I thought Hong Kong Harry visually looked really, really good. But we have an old friend in that race, if you recall, Tommy, Flashiest. It's a horse that had
that
won
horse
the
comes from the clouds.
Oceanside. Yeah, he never really kind of put it together after that race, but he's freshened up, class drop. He was running against grade 1 horses. I think they had shipped him even to Saratoga to run. Maybe it's more realistic spot, but the 6 is definitely a talented horse. But that Hong Kong Harry race, I thought was very impressive visually.
I bet $99 on the 1 at Keeneland. Just because I sat with the owner and trainer, I met them at Gulfstream. I'll cheer for them. And the 1 did have a real bullet work off the DRF Clocker report, so
Okay.
take that with a grain of salt. When this is done, I want to get some sleep. If this horse wins and I didn't bet something on him, I won't sleep.
And if your 1 doesn't win at 54-1, root for the 6 at 55-1.
I have a feeling we're going to be 65 and 80 or something like that.
You might be right.
Viewers come in, they usually avoid these ones, and
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know.
Okay, here's the cross country. 3, 4, 6, 8. Press to the 8.
Actually, the way I'm sitting right now is the way I usually play at Woodbine when I'm not indoors, when I'm out in the nice weather. I got a zero gravity lawn chair. My feet are straight up.
That's
Man,
good.
I can't wait till the weather gets nice and I get back to Woodbine, get back to Toronto.
How far from the track do you live, Tommy?
I am about a 12-minute ride from the track.
Okay.
And I applied for a couple seniors buildings near the track.
Okay.
At 59 in Toronto, you can get into seniors buildings. And the rent is like in Toronto right now, $1,600 gets you a basement, a small basement apartment.
Right.
So in a seniors building between $800 and $1,100, I can either get a small bachelor or a big 1-bedroom. That's socialism for you.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's not like subsidized. It's you have to be, first of all, you got to be able to take care of yourself, and you have to prove you have money to pay for it. It's not one of these, you know, government assistant buildings, but it's just the way we treat older people.
Right.
And it's not only the money; it's just getting into a building near the track, and I got to pay rent for 5 or 6 months in Canada while I'm down here also, so that kind of makes it more feasible.
Mm-hmm.
No balcony, so the cat won't like it, but I'll just tell her, want to go to Florida? Keep it up. You won't be going to Florida. She loves it down here, man, that's for sure. There's all the little critters to chase.
Yeah, they love it. They love chasing the lizards, and frogs,
Yeah,
palmettos.
the first time I came down here, when I got back home, and you know, she hates her carry bag, she despises it. I found her in the hallway. I was too tired to put it away. She was sleeping in the bag, like to tell me, "Let's go. What are we doing here?" I'm ready to go back. But once it gets warm, she's good. I can take her out, at least outside where I live now in Toronto. But when I go to that seniors building, I'm going to have to figure something out because she's going to be sour. If I get in, there's waiting lists from 6 months to a year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's a good place to start because if I do get old enough where I need help, it's easy to transition from those buildings.
Got it.
And when somebody shows up at midnight in a nurse's uniform, nobody will think anything is up.
That's the 3. 3's coming to wide, guys. Come on, 3. Keep coming at these horses. Finish, baby. Finish, baby. We got it. Got it.
Got a boy, Pete.
On air, $13,000 ticket today.
Nice hit, Pete.
Whew.
Christ, I was talking. I wasn't
Look
even
how the
watching.
6 ran great too. The 6 almost got third, I think.
Yeah, I think he knows out the one.
I was looking at the wrong horse.
That's the one coming in between horses with the white cap. It's about 7th right now and just shifted outside.
Please thank Safi for me, Tom.
Was that the Corrales horse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially the other day, I was alive on him on the last race, and my friends, well, Safi can't win outside of Florida. Oh, so much for that. That nonsense. And there was a note on this horse last time.
I think I might even have some pick 4s. Tommy, if we weren't doing this thing today, I wouldn't even have been handicapping Keelan. I would have been Santa Anita only, and I ended up turning Keelan into a great day.
Yeah. See what the pick 5 paid?
It got to pay huge.
Yeah, for 60 cents, 21,000. The pick 6 was 33,000 for $1.
I have a $1 pick 4.
It's probably only going to be another $1,800. Sorry, Pete.
2,100. 2,100. Great day. Wow, what a great day. And they say Safi can't win outside of Florida.
Yeah, that's why we were keyed on him at 2-5 in the last leg. The pick 6, I had a freaking double going on him, everything. I hear people saying the same thing. Some guys who sell products said it too. I read one of the tweets. Safi doesn't win outside of Florida. Yeah.
The pick 5 had to be enormous because that 10 horse that didn't make any sense won the first leg.
Yep. That's nice. I'm getting screenshots through tweets of me lying down.
Oh, let's keep the momentum going at Santa Anita. Now we got to do this next week.
Linda offering her congrats there. Nice little hit there, Pete. I mean, big hit, but.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, sometimes it comes together. And like I said,
Yeah, perfect. I brought you on because I'm as worthless as a
Yeah, I had some. I wasn't able to string pick 4s and pick 5s together at Woodbine. I had 2 horses. That one that I thought were usable. I hit some small exactas. They were $4 tickets, $8 tickets. Santa Anita's where I'm good. The seminar forced me to look at Keeneland because we needed a second track, and luckily, sometimes you get up early, you're seeing things well, and it worked out. Also, I think it helped that I tend to lean towards closers a lot, and the track was playing that way, which helps. That's not that frequent, but good day. Let's hopefully Santa Anita will continue. Just finish it off. All right, we're at Santa now. This is I admittedly thought this was a very wide open race, and hopefully we can get lucky here.
All right, loading in the gate here. You need your 6 here, right, Pete?
Yeah, I'm 6, 8, 10.
6, 8, 10.
Yeah. One left, 8 left. Okay. We get this 3 to start backing up a little bit. No, I don't think so. Yeah, 3 looks home. All right, yeah. I'm gonna come back with a pick 4. Three, 4, 10.
You suck, Pete.
Yeah, nice. But see, there's one thing about how I play. I knew this was the race that I just.
I know.
I got-
I know. You said it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, if anyone's still watching, I'm gonna come back with pick 4s. I'm literally the same way those pick 6s were laid out. What else we got, guy? I mean, we need more action. The Golden Gate. Where's Caesar?
Look, we got 7 minutes till Founder Park. Race 9. I'm just kidding.
7 no fun and race 9. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes to race 3 at Gulfstream. I'm trying to decide what to have for dinner.
It's the other half of your Subway sandwich, I thought.
I had that with that cooler drink.
Okay.
That was just a wee guy.
Okay. All right. Santa, if we're not going to play one of these other tracks, Santa Anita. Yeah, I think this horse. I thought this 6-horse Liberal. It's 4-1 right now. I was so impressed by that last race.
Have you guys ever tried the yummy sushi burrito?
I have not. No.
And I will not.
Your days are numbered down in Miami. You're gonna go back north, so you're supposed to eat Cuban food, Mexican food, something that probably won't be as good in Toronto, right?
I think everything will be better in Toronto, honestly.
Mm.
Toronto's such a cultural melting pot, man. There's, traditional food from every walks of life. It's just, no, we got no problems with that. It's hard to find a Denny's. Or an IHOP. Thank God. The one thing I can't wait to have in Toronto is a steak that's not dipped in 19 pounds of butter and other garbage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that shit.
Well, whenever you want to come to New York, I'll take you.
Yeah, don't take me to Pete Luger's with all that butter on their steaks.
I live 2 blocks from Spark Steakhouse.
That's what Joey Gallo said. Yeah, I'm not picky in steaks, but this butter stuff that's all over the down here that they have to infuse it in butter and other kinds of guck. Might as well put ketchup on it.
Oh, you have a guest.
Hey, what's happening?
All right, looks like
I don't know if
looks
you
like
caught
people.
that. Did you catch that home invader?
Oh yeah.
My cat
Look,
was 2 feet from the door and her eyes were opening, and then she heard the lady and she took off. But she wants to kill that dog.
looks like almost everybody's basically pieced out here viewing, Tommy. So I don't know if you want to wrap up.
All right. Yeah, I think everyone had enough.
It says
Yeah.
10 people watching. Is that right or wrong, Josh?
I got 9, but we've been holding pretty steady for the most part, except for the past probably about half hour. It's
Well,
really
let
dropped
Pete
off.
finish up with his pick 4 ticket, give it out, and then we'll call it a night.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll put my 6s up. I'm literally just I'm taking these pick 6 tickets, and I'm just playing the last 4 legs. So let me find them. Here you go. I'll post them up there now. I'm just duplicating that.
Yeah, Sylvain, come back in 2 hours for Mohawk. We'll have the late pick 4 up for you.
Okay. Is there a mandatory in the super high 5?
Yeah. Sylvain knows what starts at 7 o'clock on a Saturday night. Dun, 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 dun. I miss those days going to Montreal to watch a hockey game. Beer à foie, ice cold beer, mets soufflé, popcorn right here. I'm just too tired to even move my TV back. I got a huge TV that I've been looking at on a stand on wheels and shuffled everything around. Now we're just going to watch hockey right from here. It's the one thing I like about ESPN Plus. You forget your password, you click a button, they send you a code to your email, you just copy the code, paste, and you're in. Passwords. Unbelievable.
Is that different with anyone else?
No, you gotta put in your email, then they send you a reset your password, right?
Yeah.
This here, you got an email in 3 seconds that says 12986. You cut, you paste, you put it in, boom, you're done. You don't have to know your password.
Yeah, here. I'm not going to copy and paste it, but here I'll show you guys. We were talking about earlier. I just got my email from Naira alerting me at 11:59 p.m. tonight. We'll no longer be able to log in until Monday morning, 5 a.m.
Till when?
Monday morning, 5 a.m. They want you to properly observe Easter. So that's the rule.
And your what's your religion?
I'm mixed. My dad's Roman Catholic Italian. My
Oh,
mom's
you're Jewish
Russian
then. If
Jew.
your mom's Jewish, you're
I'm a
Jewish.
Russian. Yeah, I'm a Russian Italian Jew, or what we say a pizza bagel. Grew up with both
No,
religions.
if your mother, I grew up in Toronto with.
Yeah, if your mother, you're Jewish, right? I was bar mitzvah, but that doesn't help me with Naira. They're not gonna look and see if I'm circumcised and give me the ability to bet on Easter.
I know, but you're a lawyer. I know.
If I need to get down tomorrow, I might have to reach out to Tommy.
I think it's a discretion, case, lawsuit there.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is there's no workaround. What's funny is they'll geo block you in certain places, but then they let you know if you use a browser, there's a workaround. But Easter, it's just a flat out, you can't even log in. I believe it's the case. I believe it's the case with TVG. I think it's all of them. I think it's the same thing.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, why can't I find the hockey game? I'm getting upset. Very upset here. I can't find. I think it's blacked out. Boo. Yeah, good night, guys. It was fun. We'll get better at it. We'll do it more often. We'll keep everyone up to date.
All right. Good luck the rest of the way.
Comes out.
Tommy, I might call you tomorrow if I need to get a bet down.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, and Pete, if you got any more of those,
tech help.
yeah, if you got any more of those $21,000 pick fives, you want to send one of those my way, I'd appreciate it.
Cross country next week. That's historically that's been my big bet.
Nice.
So, yeah, I'll let you know.
All right.
In the meantime, guys, have a great night. And then, yeah, take a look at my Santa Anita notes for Sunday. My notes have been pretty good lately.
Cool.
All right,
We'll
good
do.
night, guys. Thanks, Josh. Thanks,
All right, guys,
Steve.
take
Thanks,
care.
everyone.